fuck. Yeah, restarting a stream is a huge pain in the ass. You basically, I think you need to make sure it has a unique title. So you gotta like just reword it or something. Which, if you actually had a good title for your stream and you didn't want to reword it, then you're out of luck. But Jesus Christ. Okay, so where were we here? I need to get some coffee in my brain. Yeah, I mean, generally, I'm just trying to feel through the right layouts for the right task. And, you know, there's 3 columns, and there's kind of full bleed sections where the column goes to the edge. There's all kinds of different things that we could do. And the appearance of it is, matters. Like, the alignment of everything and yeah. Now the thing is designing in the browser is just such a slow, tedious process that I could do it in Figma and then try and code it out, and that's probably the better way to do it. But I've just kind of been slowed to a halt in all aspects of my brain, and so I used to be able to do more Figma stuff faster and easier and actually get something done with it. I do think just creating one kind of reasonable homepage layout, maybe all it is a list of these little card thingies. Just like that guy's blog I was looking at the other day. And I just start posting. But I mean, I don't really want to spend time writing posts. Number one, I don't think anyone's going to read them. No, I mean, I could play the SEO long game. I could try and write helpful content. I could even show people, like, how these layout things work so that they wanted to do it on their own, they could. It is a pretty simple thing to do, but also very effective at, creating mobile-friendly content. Yeah, I don't know how I like the centered content. Yes, and I was talking about the hard margins, the strong margins, so the total width of this guy here, at least the content area, is this 1,000 plus this gap. Doesn't tell you the gap here, but there's some gap there, and another 1,000, and so it's basically like 2,050 or so. Makes the width from this corner to this corner, and that could be kind of reused, where even if you have 3 columns, then you kind of use the same max width. That's how I used to do it, I think, and then would use some sort of like media query to just change the flex to stack at a certain point. Don't actually remember, but more or less I think that's what I did. So what kind of objective could I get done today? It's like I'm just kind of aimless, trying to do what I can, but without like a specific design to code out. I could just grab some designs, but I have so many of them, and they're just kind of disorganized and all over the place. And so I could play around in Figma and try and lock in, hone in on a design, but it all depends on how big it is. And these are like 600 pixels. This text is pretty small. I actually kind of like the smaller text. This gets really small, but it just kind of like makes it feel more, I don't know, detailed rather than have it all just get so big. I mean, I also kind of like this big section just because it's nice and big and easily readable. And so, depending on what you're looking at, but like, okay, so if you were previewing the general concept here of having this being kind of like a block and not just the full page is that it's maybe in a list that you'd scroll. And do you really want to read the whole thing in the list? I mean, this 24-point font here, whoops, gets pretty, it's not too big. I mean, it's actually a comfortable reading width if that's all you were focused on. But again, only having this on your screen, it's like you're almost required to click on something here. I mean, and again, for like, okay, I've been thinking about full screen layouts for kind of navigation, like an interactive experience. Instead of scrolling through lots of text, you're basically clicking through navigation and just kind of browsing just to see what's there. Something like this might not be terrible. How wide is this one? 1200. I mean, it feels about right. I feel like the padding could be quite a bit more. That's a little too much. It needs to like match the that bottom margin is huge because I added it to this thing. Are they not collapsing? I guess it's just too much on this thing. Anyway, yeah, getting everything to line up properly on the web is a huge pain in the butt. And you know, it's like trying to create a full stack web framework where it looks good and works properly and is simple on, you know, all accounts. It means you got to just be able to wrap your head around a lot of different problems. And I've been able to do it at times. It's not that I can't figure these things out, but I think maybe actually on the checklist, instead of margin, we just want a little padding. The margins collapse because it's just the way they work. Checklist. If I get rid of this margin, I instead just do like padding 1M0. Actually, that doesn't look terrible, but I think I prefer it nice and aligned. Is that what we want? It's a little much. How about something more like 0.5? Still a lot down there at the bottom. It's because I have, maybe get rid of this extra percentage down there. It's still quite a bit. Why is there so much? Oh, it's because this margin bottom on the last checklist item is so big. That's why. Padding 0500 should work. So get rid of that margin. I just added padding. Okay. So I don't know about a little title on there. Center all the titles. This one's bigger because it's so I'm gonna have to revert that centering and say post H3 was it, or H2 text align left. The banner could be a little taller. Doesn't really need to be. But yeah, I mean, it's a very specific layout. The title's a little big. Let's see if we can. Do we just go H3 on that? Why can't we align left? Oh, because it's not an H3. There we go. Did I not save it? I saved it. It's still an 8. Now it's an H3. No? Did I change the wrong one? Change the wrong one. This is an H2. This is an H3. There. No, it's too small. Mother effer. Margin. Font size. 2 on this is going to be too big. 1.4. It should be a little bigger. Just to balance with the other text. And now the bottom spacing is too much. See, this is the thing about, you know, web layout, is that the way all the code interacts, you know, changing the font size changes the spacing. Probably shouldn't, but it does. I mean, I could use, instead of M's, I could use something else, but it is kind of nice to be able to set the font size on on this whole post. I just crank up the font size and the whole thing goes, all the content anyway, goes way up. Not way up, but 20% higher, including all the spacing. So resizing with font size seems to me, it's not the only way to do it. You could use container query units. Problem with that is that you can't, like, you have to create different size settings for, you'd have to create like a small size and have all the spacing and padding and font size. You have to have everything linked up to like to multiple sizes. That just gets really complicated really quick. Changing one property, the font size, and just having the entire thing adapt is obviously a win. Oh, it's the 10 a.m. If there's ever a tornado at 10 a.m., I will just ignore it because of the siren that's always at 10 a.m. Okay, so what do we work on here? I kind of like to get maybe people to stop by the website and just get some analytics set up, get some, like, the simplest action, like outcome I could hope for is like a registration, which is just a few clicks with Google. Kind of have that set up actually. It is writing the session to the file system. I'm actually not handling that. I used a library that does file store for sessions, which is fine. I think it works fine. Well, I don't know. I haven't battle tested it. Maybe it doesn't work fine, but then the next step was to get the user data. Man, why I'm fucking slipping out of focus here, like hardcore, and just kind of feeling like my mental strength is retreating. Like, I'm not going to be able to work on this today. This is how I felt yesterday. This is how I felt in the past. It's some actual bullshit. I was thinking about sitting down with my notepad to try and, like, you know, wrangle some thoughts. That often kind of helps just get everything flowing and get me working on something. But I didn't. Not that it really helped yesterday. I took a bunch of notes and then didn't really use them. Problem is I just have so many ideas. I'm always looking for something, you know, useful to work on. And I think at this point it's like my idea engine is exhausted because, you know, I've just had so many ideas and a lot of them are great, but I'm just always looking for new ideas. And so my idea engine has produced plenty of ideas. They just don't get to see the light of day. And then, well, yeah, so putting a video on my homepage could be the right way to go. So the shitty thing about it is that it's like, part of me thinks like just having a decent homepage. Where's my hat? Part of me thinks having a decent homepage with a video is like a step above what a lot of people have set up for themselves. Not so many people have blogs, especially a custom website with a blog, and then having like a video, set up where you can actually talk to people. I've never seen anyone have a website where they're like, hey, click on my video. It's like there's people on YouTube that talk, and then there's people with websites that don't talk. Maybe there's a couple blogs where people have like, a speaking event or something that was recorded by somebody else. But, just this raw kind of like one-on-one, I would appreciate it. I would think it's kind of cool, especially if somebody kind of explained what they were doing and what they were trying to do and whatever. So, but, as I was just thinking about it, it's like part of me thinks like, okay, setting that up properly could be just the right, recipe of outcome that makes me think like, all right, we got something working, kind of like, let's keep going with it. Because that's what I need, is I just need like a shred of hope in the darkness. But then I think like, if you think about all the different websites out there, there's a lot of people designing websites, building websites. It's actually crazy to think about, because like there's some really high quality designs. I know there's a lot of graphic designers out there, but like, really? It just seems so fake. It seems like, graphic design is a very technical thing, and it's a very abstract thing, and it's very easy to mess up. It's like, it's hard to make a good looking website. Now I guess there's been a lot of tutorials and a lot of courses and boot camps and whatever, and websites didn't always look so nice. Now people have figured out how to do layouts and how to do, except for me apparently, how to make them look good. And so like the standard of web design has just gone up to like, not really the maximum, but it's pretty polished. And so I don't know, it's like another one of those uncanny valley. It's like a little too good to be true or something. Like, how do we have so many web development companies that are just exceeding at all of these things, and yet, it's frankly like, and then yet I suck so bad at it. Well, it's sort of that. It's like, why does the system not let me succeed? I have the mental capability to do it. I have the ambition. I have the, I'm fighting, the system is fighting against me, or at least it's just completely withdrawn assistance, all mental capacity. And so it's just like, oh, so you want to do that, huh? We'll let you try, but just realize that we've been basically carrying you your entire life, and every decision you've ever made is like, not really yours. And so if you try and do anything on your own, you're going to realize really quickly you're going to fall flat on your face, no matter how much coffee you drink. And that sucks. So, I don't know. Blogging, it's like, yeah, we could try and write posts about shit, but I don't know, I've thought about it. It is an alternative form to video. When I used to try and write stuff on Medium, for example, longer form posts, I created like a dozen or more posts. Several of them, maybe half of them I actually wrote like a page or more, and just never really got it to the point where like to click publish. A couple of them I kind of intended to and just never really proofread them, and it was like sort of, I had a few different sections that weren't really finished and weren't really sure what the right flow was for them, and so I just kind of gave up on it and was like, fuck it. And I don't know if it would have helped anything. I think I don't know. I could potentially dig up those articles, but making posts on the website, it's like I don't think it would get anywhere. I don't think there'd be any result, any measurable result from it, and so it's just like a lot of work. Put a lot of time and effort into one post, and then like, well, my framework's just such a mess right now that it's not really a great. I don't see the long term result of those posts paying off. Now, if I played the SEO game, if I wrote a post that was well written and had the right, I don't even know how to do SEO, but I don't think it's that hard. You just put keywords and fix all your meta tags and shit. Then, well, submit the website to the search engine, maybe analytics on there. Maybe in a year or so, then after enough of those searches have been performed and like it kind of ranks in those search terms, maybe it starts placing on Google. I mean, there are a lot of websites out there that are getting SEO traffic, and I don't think it's actually that hard. There's probably a lot of AI written web content now where like everybody's just trying to get some easy wins, and I don't know, maybe there's nothing wrong with that. At least using AI to help me write something. But as I've thought, like, creating a wiki type of a platform that is, sort of AI driven would be very useful, especially if you could kind of tweak it to become, organized and kind of curate, sift through the bullshit and like highlight the most important parts, essentially creating the best learning resource you could imagine, so that you can learn faster, better, stronger. And that requires a file system. And the file system I have is it's barely working. And it's not set up properly for multiple users. And I don't know if spending a day trying to fart around with it is the best thing to do. But here I've been sitting here for an hour trying to think about what I should work on next. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I could try and document the framework so I could potentially publish it somewhere. Still haven't really thought about what steps would need to be taken. Well, let's look at the code. So I have all these routes. I mean, basically when you look at this framework site, this is kind of the GitHub pages framework. And honestly, maybe I work on something like this. It's like a clean slate. And all right, so the thing with this whole secondary framework app, and even a secondary framework dev app, the dev app uses the socket, where the regular app just is basically pretty plain old. I don't think I'm not awaiting app.ready before export anymore. We just export it. I think that's good because we don't want to delay things automatically. Yeah, so like getting rid of all the bullshit that I've been working on, that I'm like kind of thinking about putting on my site. I could just kind of restart and start from scratch and have a clean slate because there's just so much shit going on. Now I don't really have to, and there's still a whole bunch of things that like I don't know how they're going to come together, and so it's also possible for me to just keep working on this one and kind of massage it into place. What is this? I see. I don't think this is supposed to be here. Let's just delete this. It won't let me because of the server, I think. If File system permissions are stupid sometimes. Like, you just can't delete things. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, so getting the framework kind of documented, creating pages, and there. I mean, yeah, I don't think I need all the shit for the basic. You know, the simplest framework is really just the view alone. Like, not even anything else. Like, you can just import the view, maybe the element functions, and then initialize the body for capturing, and that's it. But well, the apps loader bit is kind of nice. Oh, this is the old one. This whole like path to page URL, where did that function go? Here it is. Yeah, it's basically just a home page or a page or a dot page. I thought maybe I was going to move away from this one. No, it's that default named page that was the one that I moved away from. That's still kind of broken. Yeah, I mean, these kind of make routing harder because you got to handle this edge case. I was using some of these kind of sub pages that are kind of like directory-less rather than have to create a directory for each page. Definitely kind of think this base class, it's kind of nice in the sense that like it just provides a structure, and maybe it's not such a bad idea. It's just if every single view, for example, it's an extra layer, it's a bunch of layers to the call stack. I mean, I guess I'm already kind of like doing that excessively, where I'm have a lot of extra methods that just get called unnecessarily. I could basically dump all this stuff into the constructor itself rather than just for speed and debugging purposes. Yeah, I mean it's not terrible either way. I don't think messing with all that is so important. Making fundamental breaking changes to my framework. I don't really use the events. I've tried a bunch of times. I've thought like, a million times that maybe this is the point where I need events, but at the end of the day, like, no, I'll take that back. I think there might be a couple points where I use events, but I actually don't know. Maybe it's very possible. Let's do a search. Find in folder events. Import and export. Not in this one. Import and export. These are just you're not actually using it. I don't even know what that one's doing. No, I don't need this. So far, we're not actually using it. We're just importing and exporting it. Why does this have the same line? Oh, it's just highlighting the word from the same line. Okay. Alright, the event class. Don't think we use it here. Don't think we use it here. Aha, the hash router extends events. Let's see. Yeah, it sure does. And do we use... I thought we might have used it at some point. But it actually doesn't. Okay, this emet reset. Okay. Yeah, I actually used that in the hash pager. So, I guess we need events. It could be an extension, though. The core could literally just be the view and the app even in one file. No, that's a bad idea. But yeah, I mean, what else was in the core here? The test class, I mean, my whole test runner, I seem to like, never use that anymore. I mean, I spent so much time dicking around with it, thought like, you know, I need a way to run the right function, and now, I mean, I have a pretty quick way to set up new pages that's, you know, not that quick, but it's not like I really need this test runner anymore, and don't seem, I mean, I used it on a couple pages, but I don't know. I mean, using tabs is, you know, another way to kind of put things in different, although the test runner, I think it runs them, it either runs them all with no hash, or it runs the matched. It runs the matched hash only, and so it sort of works in isolation. But in terms of running on demand, when you click on it, I think when you isolate it, it just refreshes the browser. That's another thing about all this like navigation is like, do you render it immediately or do you lazy render it? Because either one could be optimal, I think, depending on what you're looking for. Holy fuck, man. Starting to realize that this whole situation in my head is more serious than I thought. I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk my way into another project here. I think we're on the decline. Too many years of burnout. Fuck, man. Can't just give up on this shit, man. I put so much work into it. It's like not even funny. I mean, imagine putting so much time, like 10 plus years, into some project, and just, it's like I made progress, and then like it just slows to a crawl, and then I, you know, like switch and I do, you know, it's like I make a little bit of progress in different ways, and then it all just slows to a crawl because my fucking head just doesn't work sometimes. It is so infuriating. Like, I could sit here and I could just stare at one thing and focus on it, but then I get like this like fuzzy feeling in my brain where it's like, nope, not gonna let you do that. You're not in charge of your brain or your thoughts or whatever. We're all just slaves to the matrix. It's so stupid, man. It's so fucking stupid. Makes you think that like it actually is just a prison for the spirit. Somehow I got trapped in this little earth marble and this little brain here, and like now I'm just fucked. It's so miserable. It's so fucking miserable. I can't give up though. Like, there's nothing else for me to do besides like just fucking nothing. Like, there's nothing else that I could possibly motivate myself to do besides the thing that I've invested my entire life in, which is making a single fucking website. It's like the tech is so such bullshit, and this is how it's designed. It's like they know that they've created this, you know, never-ending swamp of bullshit, tech bullshit. I mean, in reality, I'm so close to having a great website that it's like, you know, if I just did a few things, boom, launched it, boom, like ran some ads, boom, whole bunch of booms in the right spot at the right time in the right way, and I could have, you know, something about what I would want, be acceptable with. But like, I've been trying to do that. I don't know exactly what I need to, and where to put it and whatever. Well, let's think about a homepage. One video with a login button. Just be like, well, so right now the login button does create this little session file and does put the user's email address in that session file. And I could try and pull all those out, but maybe when a session is created, I don't know if my session code has like I would assume there's like a create hook. When a session is created, maybe I create a user folder and try and get that working. I think I should be able to get that working so that I at least have like a user folder for each person who signs up, but I can kind of track what's going on there. Well, I thought if I'm going to play all these chess games, why not in each game, maybe my username becomes lou42.com. I don't know if I can put a dot in there. But I could just have a message that I copy and paste, like, join my chess mastermind community, lou42.com/chess. And I could create a little video landing page. It's basically just like me talking about chess for a few seconds and be like, if you're interested in joining, it's free. Just click the button. See you on the other side. And then just play like however many, you know, just as I play games, just paste this message to people. And if only like 1 in 10 actually hit the website, fine. And if only 1 in 10 of those sign up, it's going to take me 100 games to get one person. So I need a budget. I need a launch. I need a team. I need to fucking speed this shit up because I'm going to be dead soon. And I got a lot to offer. I could fix the internet. It's like, it's so ridiculous. I could actually fix the internet. If you think the internet is fine and it doesn't need fixing, you're fucking stupid. Like, it needs better file system. It needs better APIs. It needs better browsing, browsers, rendering, all these things. I mean, frankly, I feel like web tech should be merged with, you know, the desktop stuff, the mobile stuff, you know, like one platform, one development pipeline. I mean, people have tried, and it's still possible somebody could kind of put it all together, but it needs to be more of a systemic, like, everyone should want harmonious software. I mean, I know Apple doesn't, but that's a whole nother thing. All right. I guess I'm going to take my little herbal remedies here. hard to read because my camera doesn't like to focus properly. I don't know why it doesn't focus. Like a camera focusing, if that was your job, to write the software to let a camera focus, it should be focusing and unfocusing right now at all, pretty much, not really at all times, but like it's okay, maybe it's decided to focus on the background because like it thinks there, okay, finally it got it. Maybe it thinks the background was more important. You know, a lot of times you might be taking a selfie and have your hand in the, you know, up close, and so you wouldn't necessarily want to focus on something that's so close. So I guess it's got a hard job. It can't really know what you want it to focus on, but I was just thinking that it couldn't be that hard to write the algorithm that just adjusts the focus and measures the clarity, the blurriness of it, and when it gets sharper, then boom, it's in focus. But I guess it's all relative to everything. My coffee's still a little hot to take a big swig. Let's see how this works. Oh yeah. I guess we take the lid off here. So how do I convince people I have good ideas? The problem is like, well, to what end? Thought about doing some sort of mastermind community in a million different ways, and you know, trying to pitch it in a million different ways, and it's usually has something to do with, you know, like, let's put our resources together and do something useful. But I don't know. I mean, if the system's rigged, I mean, I have this unusual ability to just disinterest people in whatever I'm talking about instantly. It's crazy. I guess people just don't like me. I'm just not a likable person. So trying to recruit people has been literally the most awful experience, where I'm just like trying every little thing, trying a new angle, trying this, trying that, like nothing works. So well, I was trying to use Discord to create the mastermind. I got it all set up and tried to get people to join, and nobody came. I think the money that I was spending on ads was just dog shit. I got a lot of clicks, but I didn't get any watches on the second part of the video. No, I was going the stubborn route with the long, depressing video, which is probably not the right way to go, but it's like, I just recorded a rant like this, and it was pretty much just as bad. It was like, you know, scatterbrained, not really, you know, making much point of a point, just very disorienting. Now, I would say it was a little bit more orienting than this. I kind of started cranking through, like, talking about web development and talking about this and talking about that, and how, you know, I want to do something with my life, but I just can't seem to figure it out. And I got deep. I started sharing personal things. You know, this was like my landing page video for my Discord server, and so I was hoping that people would come. Not everyone's gonna watch that video and like it, and so I'd have, you know, a decent bounce rate, but at least, like, well, so here's the thing. Getting 1,000 people to a website is like an insane accomplishment. People are lazy as fuck, and they can smell an ad from a mile away, and so nobody wants to waste their time clicking on an ad. It's like, and if they do it on accident, which I think is where all my paid clicks came from. People accidental clicks. I think I'm probably, well, they're either bots and they're just completely fraudulent, or they're accidental, and so then people just leave instantly. It's like they don't even spend more than a second on the site. I think maybe some of that is natural, but like, how do you actually get somebody? I always thought, like, okay, if I just use ads to boost my thing, then at least somebody's going to be interested. At least somebody will watch, right? Apparently not. Because like the standard of marketing has been set to this, like, we've had TV. You know, if you watched any amount of TV growing up, TV ads are high production quality, quickly edited, 30 seconds, just boom, 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 pack a punch. So nobody wants to see kind of raw content ever. Nobody's ever really had an appetite for it, I guess. Oh man. One of them got stuck like halfway down. That's a weird feeling. Alright, so what does my homepage need? Well, the digital agency is on my notes here. It's like, I could talk about a digital agency. What is a digital agency? I kind of think that one of the better ways to do the digital agency is to try and get people on Upwork to work together in order to produce better quality outcomes. Now, this is something that's just like, it's going to take a budget. Like, this has been one of the more kind of intriguing, kind of shiny bells or whistles that I've been trying to grasp for. And it's basically this idea that, what if I hire a guy to make a video and then run that video as an advertisement, link it to my website, and basically, maybe it's a part 1 and 2, basically just say, like, if you want a video like this one, I have a guy. Problem with that is that then, they immediately feel like I'm just a middleman. The problem is that, like, if you don't know how to set up a website, get the video done, if you don't know what you're doing with it, like, what are you going to sell? Or you don't have to sell something, but what kind of outcome do you want? It's all going to be kind of tricky. Now, I do think I feel like there's so many companies out there that must pay money to a lot of different agencies, whether it's a marketing company or whatever, doing design and development and marketing and all these things. Like, that is kind of where I could excel in life, and like just as a worker bee, organizing those tasks, being kind of like a general contractor for digital things, a digital strategist. I mean, I've tried. Well, I haven't really given any of these things, like, every single one of these things, as I try and go down that path, life says no, you shall not pass. It's like, the fuck do you want me to do? Like, I'm not working at Home Depot. I'm sorry. Like, I would just, after all the time I spent, I went to college, tried to get a job in business, did sales, door to door, 100% commission, and that was miserable. And finally, I just sucked it up and was like, all right, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to make it on my own. I'm going to learn to code and make a web app. That was like 15 years ago. I mean, okay, so digital agency, the web OS is another one that, like, I just feel like that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. Now, if I was selling the web OS and you're watching that video on my website, then it lends a little more credibility to my web OS, doesn't it? Now, there's like a million things that I wanted it to do. I wanted to have a 2D kind of like canvas type editor, like a Figma, infinite space to design in, which would essentially be like SVG or images or HTML, like absolutely positioned HTML, frankly. That could be kind of cool. Like, Figma doesn't do HTML and CSS. It does like canvas pixels. But you could very easily just do the exact same kind of like canvas type, like a two-dimensional coordinate system, infinite space, but do it with HTML elements. So they'd all have to be fixed width, or otherwise, like, I don't know if you could code out some sort of alternative to fix, but generally they'd be fixed width, and then inside them they could be responsive. I mean, that's the way to go, isn't it? The problem with it is that just positioning the things, dragging them around, is not going to be an easy feat. Like, I'd have to get that file saving kind of cycle, like create something new, and creating it in code is the way that I would typically do it thus far. But I think once you get into this like fully dynamic ballpark, then you don't really want to hard code it. But maybe you do. Maybe it's just a JavaScript file. Maybe it's created dynamically or even just manually, and then the data gets saved. Maybe that's what I need to work on is, and I think the component should be able to do some of that right now. Save the positions to, but okay, so here's another one of these, like, I could probably get this done today. I could probably create, like, I could even put a little repeating grid graphic on the back of a div that just spans the whole screen, the whole workspace. And then within that, I could create file-based components that can save their position. As I create them with code, create a new thing, it renders it in this space, and I can drag it around and it remembers its position. So then I can create these like compositions. I'd have to code out the new things. I could maybe create a button to create a new thing. Either way, probably not such a big deal. But okay, so now I have these little boxes. Well, they kind of have to be hard-coded if I want a place to put the code, unless it creates a JavaScript file. And then in that file, presumably I might want to put like any kind of arbitrary content within these things. I might even want to drag and drop and put them inside of each other. But that gets so complex so fast. It's like just getting the prototype working would take all day. And just like all the other prototypes of all the other things that I've tried, it's not going to be like, I keep thinking like, oh, well, this is going to be this moment where, okay, now I've kind of like, I see the light. Now I've got this working. Now I can take it and run with it. And it's like, nope, there is no running. There's, in fact, stop where you are. You are not worthy to proceed. So, how did I get myself into a game where I seem to be a prisoner and I'm not allowed to pursue the path that I've chosen? And I mean, I can vaguely hear somebody saying like, oh, you don't get to choose your path in life. It's like, you gotta choose something. Where are you gonna work? What are you gonna do with your time? And you can't just keep changing if you fail at it. Believe me, failed at a lot of things. I am an epic failure. So maybe having some on-demand videos could be a good way to go. So one of the problems with YouTube is you don't have interactivity in navigation. And so what I could do is I could create video content, but it's like little bits and it's like highly navigatable. Like on the website. So if you go to the website and you see a little YouTube video, I mean, it could be split screen, right? Where like the top half is like a squarish video and the bottom half is a scrollable website with links. Now you can't like a video via a YouTube embed, which is a little shit, but I mean, I kept thinking like getting people off of YouTube onto the website would be, well, even if it's via ads, would be a win, because then you can kind of like direct the audience and give them potentially like buttons to click on or whatever, or activities or outcomes or whatever. And I do think there's value there, but again, it's like I have like a couple $100 left in my PayPal account, and I've spent so many hundreds on just internet marketing experiments, and they've all failed. And so it's just kind of shit. I saw somebody making a short video about Figma. No, it was about Canva acquired affinity. There was something about Figma in there. But this chick, it was actually like a screenshot. But she was saying how, I forget who was being cunty. I just thought it was so awesome. I was like, can't believe she... It was normally a pretty normal, you know, like if you're watching a guy who's using a bunch of F-bombs, you know, he's using the word cunt's not like that out of line once you got a couple F-bombs in there, but her video was pretty normal, and I was like, whoa. I gave her a subscribe for that. Alright, so putting a video on me homepage, introduce myself. I mean, I think it's time to just call on anyone and everyone who's ever known me and be like, I need help, I need money, I need subscribers, I want to create a mastermind community. I think it could be the best thing ever. But okay, so let's assume that the whole thing's rigged and all the people are, you know, prisoners of the system as well, and they're just kind of like agents of the Matrix. They're not going to help me. They might pretend to help me for a minute, but then they're going to try and sabotage it in one way or another. And, well, you know, I've given pretty much everyone around me ample opportunity to help me, and nobody wants to help me. So I think I got to do it on my own, and that's what I've been trying to do, is just rigged. It's so bad. It's just so fucking bad. Well, I think the coffee has lifted my brain past the initial just dementor. And I mean, there's so much bad in our world, and it's like so much crazy shit. All the bad things. I mean, I could collect a list of that, and I've thought about doing that as like a particular angle to try and get myself started, to try and rally people around a common cause, to be like, look, look at all these bad things that are going on. Well, what? Well, how about the worst thing is like World War III, nuclear war. Nuclear war could be absolutely devastating for the entire planet in like the worst possible way, but like, concentration camps and chemical warfare and torture and yeah, I mean, I think there's some people on our planet who enjoy bad things, like evil people, and I don't know the extent of it really, but there's some really fucking stupid shit going on, and everybody seems to like not care about it. It's just like, I can't do anything about it, and it's like, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb, because nearly overnight we could all be in bunkers trying to escape nuclear fallout and trying to figure out how we're going to feed ourselves, and like people start shooting their neighbors to take their food, and like a actual zombie apocalypse. Like it could happen overnight. Like we're really so close to, and so when you see all the fancy websites, all the TV shows, movies, kids 3D animated, there's video games out the wazoo. The amount of like success in life is so retarded given how bad the state of affairs are. It's like nobody's watching what's going on. Nobody's paying attention. I mean, there's a lot of people paying attention, but like nobody's doing anything about it. There's like very few people who are even trying, and they have very little power to actually get anything done. And I think I can fix the world. Well, I mean, fixing the internet's a good place to start, and I do think I could fix the internet. And it's really probably not that hard. Like, if I had the resources of, a small company, it would have been done by now. So raise money. Problem is like, I'm a bit of a loose cannon. If you want to invest in me, like, I might just have a brain tumor and die tomorrow, so like it might not be a good idea. Also, I can't seem to focus anymore, so that's a big thing. I do think creating a video that kind of walks through some of the bigger things and just like lays it all out there, if it's edited and if I make, good use of the time, I think it could be useful. And then I could put that a video on my website and then have the outcome. I mean, at first I could just lean on family to like watch the video, and could I get push notifications working? I probably could. So how does that work? When they sign in, maybe, then they hit another page that just says like welcome and thank you, and then another button that says like allow notifications, and then maybe, I don't know if I declare how often I'm gonna do it, but obviously I wouldn't want to do it too much. It would just be kind of like a when there's a new video or something, maybe. I got some stupid shit to say, and like, man, if I get an audience, oh man, I want people to know this, how bad this experience has been, because if, you know, well, and anyone for the future, it's like if you find yourself just hating your life and realizing that it's all fucking rigged, then yeah, that's by design. It's a trap. To all the people who succeed and somehow avoid it, like, I don't know what they're doing, but they're probably part of the matrix. Like, I don't think most people, well, either they just don't care, or they're not paying attention, or they're like just so happy with their lives that they don't care. Like, and I think that's why they don't care. So, but why? Why are they so happy with their lives? I don't know. Maybe because they succeed, maybe because they get what they want and they don't have to, you know, it's cost versus benefit. Maybe the benefit of their life greatly outweighs the cost. But what happens when that changes? There's a lot of unhappy people shooting at each other up, driving cars into each other, just being hateful. The hate is on the rise, folks, and we got to do something about it. Okay, so should I try and record and edit a video? You know how many times I've tried to record and edit a video? Hundreds. Usually it kind of stalls in the ideation phase because it's like, well, what the fuck am I going to say? How's it going to look? How's it going to work? Am I going to do this in my fucking PJ pants and just bumming it in my messy office? I could. I do just want ordinary folks who don't give a fuck about anything. Should I swear a lot? I mean, I'm beyond the point of caring about swearing. Like, if you can't handle me swearing, then don't subscribe. But it's not really even a YouTube subscription. That's the stupid thing about it, is like there's no way to subscribe. I could just put, you know, a list of links of like, you know, ways to kind of follow me where, but I don't know, do I actually want people watching these things? Like, not really. This is just kind of like vlogging, self-therapy. And, yeah, well, so putting together like a little zeitgeist bit would be kind of useful. I don't really even need to be on camera, do I? I could also like try and set up the tripod with my phone camera and get, I think my phone camera is going to be a higher quality image than this one. This one's not terrible actually, but I also have my mic hooked up here. It's probably easiest just to do this one. Maybe I just kind of clear everything out behind me and try and make it look a little bit better. And then what would I say? Well, I mean, getting a bunch of the shit cleared out would just be a good idea in general. And then when I would do these things, I could try and make them a little bit more coherent, a little more organized, and actually try and build the audience that I've been talking about. The problem with that is that, you know, am I going to spend all my effort on a YouTube channel? Because, well, like producing, you know, like organizing the news so that, you know, like producing useful information in a digestible format, like kind of weeding through the bullshit and trying to figure out like what everything means, and I'd have to spend a lot of time. And then if I'm streaming, turning on the stream and making like a coherent stream would be tricky. You know, I'd have to figure out all these controls for like directing the bit. And I could figure all that out. I don't think that would be terribly difficult, but well, I don't have an audience. Building an audience from scratch, crazy hard. Crazy fucking hard. Now, the whole production quality thing is part of that picture, obviously. And that's pretty hard too. But, I mean, it's like, yeah, you're not going to build an audience just doing some random shit. Nobody wants to come back and see random shit. I mean, I've learned that, you know, I don't really expect it to be any different, but you know, trying to build an audience, I don't know if that's a great use of my time. I mean, I don't really have anything else going for me, so, but like that, it does mean abandoning my web framework. I mean, not necessarily. What's the simplest navigation I could use on my site, especially like this framework site? Just get, you know, like a template set up so even other people could kind of use the exact same thing. Write posts, you know, like /post and then the name, you know, a directory for the name of at least the path to the post, and then yeah, I mean the whole page system and linking to the pages, I still haven't really even figured that out. Like, I've kind of thought through a page system where I could export and import a page and then link to the page via just like page.link function, and I think that would work. So then you could render that link to the page kind of anywhere on the site. Probably one of the easier things to do. Let's test it out. Haven't really dug into this one before. I mean, I've toyed around with it, and I have it set up so that the page that gets imported can definitely have Alright, so this is sort of a little test. Let's turn on my breadcrumbs, go to test page. We have hello world. And we want does it render page? Yep. Okay. So we have like the root level content, and we're exporting this object that has a render. Basically, this object just gets appended to the root, and so we could export kind of almost any value here, like a string, like a view, like even a DOM element. The view append is a pretty dynamic function, but in the sense that we have a render method here. Well, so the idea is that we could, so this is a fake page, import page from, yeah, so test page, and microphones in the way, test page, fake, and then we're rendering page from the fake page. The content actually seems to even get captured properly. I don't know how I feel about that. If you're going to import, sorry, if you're going to basically if you're exporting a page, you maybe shouldn't have root level content, just because like it's less clear where it's going. It's going to just get captured by the active element, which is probably the right one, but all right, let's think this through. We actually want kind of a reverse thing here, I think. Let's just make a new one, new file, sub page, whoops, rename, subpage.js. And then here, I think we can kind of do, we want something more like this. And no root level content. We do want to render, let's call this subpage. I think we have an app.worm method. And then we also want a link. So a link method is going to be an LA sub. I guess we could just call it sub page, assuming I had a better title than just sub. And then the link is going to be /test/page/sub without a trailing slash. And that's not the attribute name, that's the attribute value. The attribute name would be the href. And I think that's it, really. So on the page, let's go back. I think we should be here at this page. On this page, let's actually make this like an h1. Just test page. We could even do import the app and do app.root.acpad. Alright, so then we want to import sub from sub.page.js, and then we want to, so this is like a weird pattern. I don't think we actually need this export here. We just really want to maybe put some content here and then sub.link. There we go. Thank you, AI. Boom. And then this works. Boom. Okay, so yeah, that little link method is the gist there, so that you can have subpages and link between them. And honestly, as like, without any fancy routing or anything, you could create pretty decent structures with just these little page links. create preview blocks that kind of incorporate a little more, whether it's just like the styling or whether it's like an actual preview block. What was I thinking though? What led me down this path to talking about the page links? I don't remember. I mean, I was talking about the well, yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking through the page system and maybe publishing the framework and trying to, you know, allow people to create their own pages. I could style these links a little bit better. In fact, the red underline, if I got rid of the red underline on the title, the red underline on a link could be pretty sweet. I don't know, the red underline is a little, I'm not sure if it's the right thing for a link, but it could be. A lot of times fancy websites have nice, you know, hover effect on a link or something with a underline, or I don't know. I don't like the purple color for a visited link. That's kind of weird. So I could try and create some decent styling there. But I mean, what it occurs to me is that these basic web features or functions that are just kind of like historical almost, you know, like the way that hyperlinks are underlined and they are blue and they turn purple, and you know, all these things that you kind of, just the base system of the web, creating a web framework that just, you know, works with only the basic things and ignores all the complex, like directory business, like all the complex bullshit, just get rid of it and only do the very basics. I mean, I think that would be serve, you know, the community the best in terms of just sticking to simplicity, being able to do the most with the least kind of a thing, minimalism. Well, so I was just also thinking, could I get a version of the framework working on like CodePen, for example? Like if somebody, well, for two reasons. One, just to test it, to see how it works, play around with it. But then also, two, to like start actually making something. Like if you could start using CodePen in your browser to just start coding out a website, and then you could, like, let's say it's a page and it's got, you know, built-in navigation. You're basically just creating a little folder system. I guess you can't really do that. In CodePen, it's got to be, I don't think you have the option for multiple files, but essentially you could just put lots of classes or instances or whatever. You could just jam it all in one JavaScript, and then when you know, build it all out, just right there in CodePen, and then when you're ready, you could, you know, port it into its own, either break it into different files or just leave it as one file or whatever. But like, you could actually build out, you know, sophisticated content. Now, I mean, the problem is that the only people who know how to do it probably already have some familiar stack that they like better, that is more integrated into all the complexities of web development. And so maybe it's not even useful, but yeah, it's like a tangent. It's like a distraction. I could spend a lot of time doing any one of these things, it's hoping that it's gonna like get me some traction, and then that traction that I'm hoping for is not realized, and then it's just a big old fucking mess. But what was it about this link thing? I thought there was something else that I was going for here. I mean, really, just linking to other pages, like even in the flow of the content, is kind of a useful thing to do. In fact, creating like a generic link method. Let me make a note. See if I could. I mean, I've thought about something like this before. Let's see. Could be something like an app.link, but what if it were app.link to like path, and this automatically upgrades to, well, it just basically automatically imports and renders title and everything. So essentially just with one little, now how would you actually do that? I think you would have to in order to do like a dynamic import at this point, you would have to either render a placeholder or maybe it's just better to hard code it. So let's think this through. In order to dynamic import the path and render the thing, we'd either need to just let it happen, whatever timing, which could fook, or we have to delay rendering of the whole thing until the links are loaded. So I mean, that could be as easy as just app.loaders. But at what point do we await app.ready? I don't actually remember. I think there's, well, the injection I think is awaiting app.ready. Let's look at the app framework core app. We await the page import and rendering. So I mean, this thing could be like an async, or rather await app.link. Which would then load it, await it, but you wouldn't, this would be like, if you had another one of them, this is gonna be like in the flow of content, and then like await app.link another. I mean, that's, if you're actually awaiting these in a sequential way like that, that's just gonna slow your shit down. You don't want to do that. But what you could do is render, I mean, this kind of strategy would just be render a placeholder, and whenever the module arrives, render the link, which would definitely, very likely, make it fook. Flash of unstyled content. Or we have to delay rendering of the whole thing until the links are loaded. Alright, so if we app.loaders.push like the link promises, then await app.ready before injection should wait for them. So in that case, you might even have a little race condition. You might want to actually render, not just wait for the module to load, but wait for the rendering. So app.link, let's make a block. The link method would be something like await import path, which is just this thing, and then actually this would be div.c or L, actually L dot LA. So that would actually render in place and capture properly, I think. And then the await part, let's make a note because that might not be evident. It's captured in place. So wherever you call this link method, and then and then it kicks out, like, you know, if you call, well, so it's gonna, if you want await, this has to be async. This would be the class app. Async link. Okay, so you can call it immediately. This is going to run synchronously and get captured in place properly, and then it just kicks back out and keeps going synchronously in the calling context. So in the page, and presumably we just import this as a link method, we just link to, do we need the slash? Well, we could have potentially relative imports. I'm not sure how that works. If you import path here, is this relative to the script or relative to the URL? I don't actually know. I could test it. But you could potentially do a rel path, which would then be current rel. You know, just append it to whatever you were on. I could try and get that working, but, or we just do link path, and you probably need the trailing slash to just differentiate. And then, well, you could say like P, this is a sentence with a link. Say link to, because it's going to render the name of the thing. Okay, so it renders just an empty anchor element that doesn't have anything there, but we haven't actually put this into the document yet, and so that's, I put a period at the end of that sentence there, and then, so it renders synchronously, gets captured. Here it's not actually captured per se, it actually would be improper, it's going to get double captured, whatever. Or just, in this case, it's appended via the return of the element, and then it goes into the paragraph, and then, all right, so it runs the first part, then it keeps going and finishes the building, you know, rendering the page, or whatever it is called from, and then this await here is going to go load the thing, and it might already be loaded, this might happen pretty quick, but whenever it's done, then we come here, and then we say our a dot, I don't know if I think it'd be text, would be like const page equals this page dot title or whatever, right? And then a dot attribute href page dot href or path. Actually, this could just be, wouldn't this just automatically be up here? Dot attribute href path. So that's a lot of work just to get the title, but you could use a similar pattern to render previews. But then, okay, so then also the thing I was thinking about the load order is that we would want, we actually want the promise to be not awaited, and then app.loaders.push promise, and then await the promise, which is kind of wonky, you know, it's not so clear. You know, Wish that were easier to do, but that's generally what you want to do. Is you want the app to wait to do its little injection, and so the whole thing would, instead of rendering into the, like, instead of the app being ready and then it all renders and then the page title loads and flickers into place like the Google login button does. To avoid the fook, you could use this loaders thing, so that then the page injection, which presumably hasn't happened yet because it should wait. And so I kind of like this idea. I could test it out and see if it works. And also you could have any number of the links, and they all launch the import kind of in one pass. You could have 100 pages imported like that, and then it launches all those imports and delays rendering of the whole page until they're all ready, which could take a second, but it should be doing it all in parallel and relatively fast. And so I think that's presentationally the best way to avoid the fook. Okay, so that was a whole bit that's kind of cool, but is it worth the time to implement it rather than just have rather than just type the page title manually? That's the thing. It's like a minor convenience so that you don't have to type it. Now there is potential for importing, like you could render a div as a preview block, and then use the page, like a page.preview method after you import it, to render very dynamic modules, widgets and shit. So I think this pattern is cool, but I need to figure out how to put my shit on my web page. I kind of think embedding Figma in a web page could be cool. The problem with that is I don't think it's very responsive by nature, and I don't think you have much control over zooming and panning and whatever. And so I remember testing that briefly, or at least embedding a Figma thing in Notion and trying to get it to work right. And it's not bad, and I could do the thing that I like about that idea is that I can draw shit quickly, and then I can get it into my web page. But what do I draw? Am I gonna start trying to actually make meaningful content? Because that's takes a focus factor that I don't seem to have right now. These decisions are just eating me up. What do I work on? Is it worth it? Yeah, I mean, Blender is this epitome of the whole problem. Is it's man, it's so crazy how there's such complex things in life, and yet the simplest things are just so hard. So if I were to create an intro to me, a video to put on my homepage, what is on my homepage currently? I think it's still my, I took the dance video off of there. What kind of video would be the one? Not this video. This video was shite. What was with the sound that I picked? I don't know what I was thinking. I didn't have my headphones on, but this sound, I know what it sounds like. It's kind of to just grab people's attention, but so I mean, if I were to create a team, I would want some team structure. We would want to get organized and actually do cool shit. And so I would want, to grow a big team, presumably. Now, I mean, that takes time, and, we'd have to start small. But if a group were to grow bigger, you know, the best way to not let people get kind of lost in the madness or just forgotten about or whatever, to include everyone, is to create sub teams, like small breakaway teams. And so that also gives the opportunity for a lot of people to lead their own team. And I think that's also cool, because then people can get practice and, you know, experience kind of leading discussions and whatnot. I do think I could get a discussion platform built on my framework, something like Discord, and allow people to join like conversations. It'd also be cool if it were like transcribed, so that when people had conversations on the record, that it was all. That'd be a really cool app. But again, my file system's hardly working, and I don't think I have the. Well, I mean, I just trying to get my simple little web framework to actually be like a web app. I think I'm trying to jump from here to there too quickly. And part of me wants to like figure out these layout problems, figure out, you know, drag and drop, and do all the kind of rudimentary things that I know I need to do before I try and just jump to the end game. But doesn't seem to be in the cards, which is kind of crazy, because this is the best framework ever. Alright, so to prove it, maybe it is let's see here. Focus on publishing simplest framework. So some things like nav, I don't know if we want. Do we want the directory? The problem is if you need to use the node server, then it might be kind of a detriment to some. However, so a node powered versus static version. So let's start with static version, no node, no directory, manual linkage, manual everything. But this still could work on code pen or anywhere. Like in fact, the framework code itself, I think there's those GitHub CDNs that will like turn any repo into a hosted thing. Where then you can import it on. I could try and check that out real quick. Is it possible to embed like code pens? I think it is. Maybe that's not a bad way to go, rather than try and build my own. It's not that hard to build your own, and then you have full control over the layout and the control and the loading and the files and all the shit. Doorbell just rang. I'll BRB. Probably a delivery. Yeah, definitely a delivery. I see the truck. I'll get it later. Alright, so yeah, the idea here is that it's GitHub Pages compatible. Like anyone can import it and use it anywhere. Like, yeah, it's just super simple. And really, this could be just the view, maybe the app. The thing with the app is that loading separate file, I mean, I think the page system is kind of cool. And getting the load order and the font sheets and whatever, the app might be a reasonable thing, but like, you know, getting the imports to work. I'm trying to remember what's. I don't think you can use absolute paths. I think you might have to use relative paths. I don't really even remember why, but like, you have to use relative imports for all the sub imports. If you use absolute path, and the GitHub CDN uses a base path, then it conflicts. I think that's the big deal there. So like, if it's some GitHub CDN .com/Blue42/ I'll do like framework / all right, so in the framework, I guess I don't need to have another root, but the paths that I've been kind of using are, well, this would be maybe app.js here, but like if app.js imports framework core view.js, for example, that will try to import it at GitHub cdn.com/framework/core/view/vue.js instead of within the Blue42 subpath. So I think relative URLs are important there. I'm not 100% on that, but I think that's generally how I would imagine it would work. So I'd have to switch over all the URLs to relative URLs, which I don't think that's really a problem. I think it should respect the relative URLs. So I could even try that right now. I think it probably wouldn't work. Where is my framework hosted? It's actually not this one. I don't even think it's in my Blue42. I think it's in, where's my friggin', this one, and repos framework here. So like app here is actually got this set up correctly, but then core app.js does have relatives. Okay, so that could all work properly, and so then we go to like, I think I already did this at one point, but let's just look for GitHub CDN fastly. Just try this one. GitHub. I think should not use this in production. Let's just copy this for a second. Go to CodePen. Oops, not that one. CodePen. Log in with Google. New pen. JavaScript. import app ldiv should be enough from Mike Lou 42 / framework / I think it's just app.js at that point. Let's see, get the console open. This does create an app. Did we render anything yet? What is that? Boom, boom. Interesting. But I didn't. Can we just say div hi? No. We need to do. Why is it /module? Is this like an old version? Let's go to sources. Where is this? Module, what the fuck? This must be an old version. I didn't specify the version, but I just figured the latest would be. Do you have to like mark one of these as the latest? Have I just not pushed this? I pushed it last week. App. Maybe I haven't. No, this is core. What the fuck? Who knows how it's using the latest? Maybe it's using master? Whoops. Yeah. Not sure, but this politically correct bullshit. I think we need the branch. Is it the version? Repo at main. Do I have to save? Pen saved. It's still not working. What is going on here, folks? Can we refresh this? What on earth is this big empty area? Console elements. That was really strange, but okay. App. Oh, I think it's the default. Needs to be a comma there. Still nothing. Using framework app. Alright, so it's trying to load the path as a file. So I think we can't import the app. We need to import the core view.js. And then we actually need like this, and then view.body.net, I think is what we want. There we go. Hello. So that's kind of bullshit, but just to be clear here, it works, but the app, the app loader is like looking at the current URL. Although it shouldn't be. The fucking iframe does it have a path? Iframe ID source. Yeah, it has a big path to it. With this whole index.html question mark key equals whatever, but generally the app loader isn't going to be friendly with those strange paths, so I could try and fix that, but it is kind of a nice tool. I don't know though, maybe people don't want like a different path system. Maybe they just want index.html. And GitHub Pages uses a funny, to do fallback, you have to use a 404 redirect anyway, so that's kind of strange, but I mean, it could work fine. I think it would work plenty fast enough. It's just, is all that work worth it? And am I gonna just sit here and stew about all the little decisions and not actually get it done? Fucking hell, man. So yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know. My brain's going in a few different directions, and it's all bullshit because, you know, I got a lot of ideas, but ideas are assholes at this point. They're all just kind of not worth. I mean, demoing this bit is demoing this whole thing is holy fuck, it disappeared. Crazy. Seriously? Oh, there it is. Okay. You know, I think you can embed these things. I'm not actually sure how. This one is still untitled. It's not really the framework, it's literally just the view class. And honestly, it's the core of the thing. It's the meat and potatoes. It's all you really need and really the starting point for it. Template, private, format code. How do you share this thing, man? Upgrade. Do you have to upgrade to embed them? Oh, export embed. Okay. I mean, that's actually pretty cool right there, right? Like, but doesn't really do anything that HTML can't. Well, I mean, it does. It can. You can use JavaScript and conditions and loops and whatever. And so there's all kinds of things that it can do that HTML can't. But I mean, just trying to like show this bit of it without all the UX kind of like stuff that's going to help you actually build your website. Like, this is cool, and a developer is should be able to see the value in it, but it's not ready for prime time or anything. And so putting this into some sort of video where where is this thing actually embedded? I think it's the script, and it like replaces itself. How does that even happen? Seriously? How does that work? There's a paragraph that stops there. All this code is terribly formatted. See the pen. Make code editable. It just means I have to load more shit. iframe version. Maybe it's using the paragraph as and these data attributes to load the thing properly, and then it swaps out the paragraph. Just not sure why. It's got a bunch of styles kind of hacked on there. But maybe I could try it and see how it worked. Well, I mean, how fucking hard could it be? Copy the code. Oh, let's make it editable. Now we copy the code. Now copy the code. So on a page, like, let's just go test, or we could just put it on the home page to remind myself that this is something I should probably figure out. But how about div.c code pen embed .html backticks paste. Let's see if that works. Come on, man. Why? What the fuck? Compute pressure. Crazy. But why doesn't it embed? Maybe it's not saved properly. It is saved though. Where did that go? Embed. JS result. Yeah. Why doesn't it look anything like that? You know what it is? It's It's another one of these goddamn... It's because I'm lazy rendering. It just breaks all the other shit. Alright, so what we need to do... We'd have to jump through hoops to get this to work because everybody's trying to be so fucking smart about how they do their shit that they expect this to be in the document before the script renders or loads even. But it's not because of the way I do it, and so, well, I mean, it actually kind of should be, shouldn't it? Shouldn't it still get... It's only going to get injected, and so the script is only going to load after it's there? But maybe it's using some sort of window load event, which is already fired. That's very likely the case. Well, let's try the iframe one. Not sure why that's... I think that one would probably work. Save. Okay, there it is. Iframe it is. Oh, come on. So slow? We can't do that. It's gotta work. Snappy. Snippy, snappy. Real timey. I could build my own. It would look better, work better. But take a few weeks. Fuck. I mean, it's not terribly slow, but like, so you could do 4. Let I equals 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus div I. Boom. So that's kind of cool. But I don't know, man. Just thinking through the prospect of trying to actually go with this route of like, I mean, I do think it's pretty cool, and I think a lot of people could see the benefit of JavaScript functions, you know, to create UI content even, like, and I mean, there's different ways to do it, but this is just so simple and makes a lot of sense so that you don't need a templating language, you don't need React, you don't need Vue, you don't need anything. You just use one little script and set it up, and bam, it works, but it's like, even if, well, so like this, it's like, here's an example. Here I've recorded the bit, and it's not in the right format, not in the right place. I could trim this down. I could try and make a little video that explains what's going on. I mean, this little editor is so small, it's like hard on the eyes. I mean, I can zoom into it so it's bigger. But I mean, shouldn't this be like, I don't know, I could have my VS Code on one side and just, a blank page on the other, which is sort of the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have the server in the framework? Let me see here. Framework. No, the framework is separate from. Right now, the Lu42com has the server, and that's kind of a janky server at that. Yeah, maybe staying away from the server-side logic for now and just kind of getting the framework going. It's not a bad way. And maybe getting rid of all this bullshit. Like, do I even have... I mean, all this stuff shouldn't really be in the framework. It's just bloat. If we don't have socket, we don't... Like, if we just get rid of all the bullshit, then it's really just the view. View.js. It's kind of the core of the system. Kind of feels bad to just throw away all the other little pieces to it, but yeah. Well, so the framework could be, having it just be the view is just kind of like a little bit too simplified, isn't it? But I don't really need any of the rest of the things. The socket is handy for live reload. The server is handy for that as well. But, the directory thing, all the other things, kind of just not so important. Well, frankly, I could have just like an app.dev. I don't even know if I want an app in the framework, because clearly it's already crapping out. What was the problem there? Is that we automatically look at the path name to try and load a page.js file. And so if you're using the framework on any other site, then that's not going to work. You can't use the app. But you might not want to. I don't know. Like, maybe you want it to just inject directly. I don't know. And the default app, it's really this just without any customizations to this thing. Is this even that useful? You do set up the root, set it as the captor, we load the page properly, which is kind of useful. So I guess some of this is pretty useful for like a GitHub's pages website. I mean, why couldn't I create a GitHub pages website using like the exact layout I set up to document the whole thing and show people how they can create a video, show people how they can clone it and use it. The problem is if I jump through all those hoops, show everyone how it works, and then like nobody cares, which is this is what life has taught me time and time again, that nobody fucking cares. Nobody's gonna switch what they're currently doing. Nobody wants to do web development any different. They're all bots. It's all part of the matrix. They all have got their scripts already. They do what they do because that's what they're programmed to do, and trying to do something new or unique or whatever. It's just nobody fucking cares. So I'll fill up my coffee mug. BRB. Duck. Okay, so if I got some of these things put together, I wonder if there's a simple like syntax parsing system. I don't know, like I think they're using CodeMirror or one of those here. And those little code editors can be really complex. The syntax highlighting is nice. I have imported CodeMirror before and got that set up and working, and it's not terribly hard. It's like a pretty big resource. It could be the right way to do it. Like I kind of think creating a web resource where people can just, well, and frankly, if you kind of scroll past all that bullshit, then these examples could be so friggin' simple that it's like just self-evident, and you can see exactly what it's doing. And so then people could learn to code essentially in the best way, like right in their browser. Can they do it on their phone? I mean, frankly, you probably could with just two columns. One, probably have it'd probably be a text area on the bottom. I mean, you could just make it a text area at the beginning. Super simple. Could even make it like dark mode just so that it looks kind of different. Forget colors. I don't think you can do any kind of spans to colorize it in text areas. But the text area, even though it wouldn't have syntax highlighting, could just be a super simple way to get it working, and could work pretty well on any device. Could allow you to practice coding even on mobile. Now, I mean, coding on mobile is going to be a horrible experience because you have to dig through menus for parentheses and special characters. You could put maybe a little coding like button bar just to make those a little bit more accessible, but I don't know. Trying to code on a phone is kind of stupid. However, if you wanted to just test your kind of theory and be like, what happens if I make this a 5? Boom. So Also, yeah, like the scroll area versus making it automatically grow. Maybe the code goes on top. I also remember making an automatic height text area is a pain in the ass. Like, if you wanted to make a new line and have the text area just automatically get bigger or shrink automatically, I think you can do it, but the code is like really strange. It didn't make any sense to me at all, and kind of hardly worked. It worked a little bit, but then kind of got buggy at some point. So anyway, I don't know if it's a good idea to try and spend a lot of time going down this route of teaching people to code, but like that is kind of, I mean, one of the better things that I could offer is it's like my view framework is the simplest way to just learn how to code, because you can see what you're doing and it's so simple and easy, and you kind of learn HTML and JavaScript at the same time, and CSS for that matter, but fuck the CSS for now. But what would it take for that to actually find its way to, you know, appreciative viewers, people who want to learn how to code? I feel like most people my age wouldn't have any desire to learn how to code, even though it's super easy. So it's probably the young guns, but you know, like my son, tried to talk him into it a few times. He just has no interest in it. I'm probably talking him out of it as I try and talk him into it, just because he decides like that's actually the furthest thing from what he wants to do. Now, creating little videos, like, in fact, even little shorts that just kind of show myself using the little examples. Yeah, I mean, I could create a lot of, you know, like instructional videos just explaining the basics, and then instruct people to click. Maybe at each short there's like a long, you want like a overview of how to, I mean, maybe that's the best thing to do, rather than try and make videos about me and like about my struggle and about how I'm looking for people to help me and whatever, you know, make it about this web framework that you can use to set up your own website. And yeah, I mean, it's not the worst way to go. Put all this other bullshit on hold. All right, let me think for a second about. I'll just make a new note. It's like Blue42com framework and framework site. So just real quick, Blue42com has the server. Node modules, public framework, and then framework is the actual public framework, and then framework site is a separate sort of PHP compatible docs Maybe that's what I should work on. Kind of pains me to switch in that direction, but well, so should I just get rid of all the extra bullshit? All right, so app path loading. If you create your own site, then it shouldn't be a problem. Now, if you create, did I put a base URL in this thing? Index. No. Did I put it in here? This is old. I think maybe oh, base framework site. Okay. I think that worked initially, but I didn't really test any of the links. Let's see if I can pull it up, and this would be like Mike Lou 42 / framework site, I think. Yeah. Why does it say hello twice? Oh, okay. Base framework site. So if we were to like put a link. Can we put HTML in here? Ahref equals let's just say path. No, you fucker. Control cut, edit as HTML. Okay, path. All right, that looks like it works. Edit attribute. I think we want path with a slash on it. Yeah, that works. Okay, so looks like the base works. Now for the files, the scripts, I think they all have to be, again, relative, which I think is generally the way that I'm going about it. If the href were, I don't think a / is going to work right, will it? Let's see. No, that just kills the. How would you do like a home page link on with a base href? I just don't think this base system works so well, and so I think you kind of need a new organization for the GitHub page to live at the root. And I mean, I could do that. I could do, well, do I have a Lou 42? I know I did at one point, but what is this doing here? I have no idea. Seems old, but I could use this URL to avoid that whole base problem. But the thing is that I want people to be able to create framework sites of their own, and create a new repo with a new site and not have to worry about it. Now this is loading home page, which is loading the framework files properly. Home page loads. Ooh, does that work properly? It goes, it's already in the framework site folder, and so then it, yeah, I think it does. Well, let's ask the computer, like, if we're using GitHub pages and the site, the static site is at a subpath user.github.io/site name, and we use base href equals site name. All the anchor links seem to work relative to the base path. That's good. However, we use href equals to try and go to the site names homepage. It doesn't work. It goes to the web root, to the domain root. This is the only way to fix this, to use href equals site name. I mean, that wouldn't be terribly hard. So we basically just can't use absolute paths, which is kind of sucks, because like when you're importing the app, I always use the slash. The only simple and correct fix. Environment variable. Yeah, but then you have to use some sort of template. Okay, so also, if I'm going all in with GitHub pages, what about, let's make a new page for GitHub pages. Get sub module for framework. Now, what you could also do, and I think I've thought about this, is create basically you'd host the let's write this down. So you could host the framework as repo name framework, so that the framework is hosted at user.github.io/framework. And then any other site name could import framework things, and it should be present. So you'd have like a shared framework that kind of just, and I mean, in a way, you're kind of creating these like sub-sites, so that you could have a home site and then like different repos for the sub kind of parts, which is a little excessive and maybe just a lot of extra work and not, you know, Yeah, I mean, I think this is a lot of complexity. Like, you could set it up that way and probably get everything working, but why not just use the root site? So yeah, and then there's the submodule. Would we still need that for a root site? I mean, it's really just to keep, or to get updates on the framework. And right now, I mean, it's literally like I could just paste the app. Well, I mean, the framework could just be two files, the app and the view. Seems like way simpler. And in the beginning, like, it could evolve and I could kind of come back to a lot of these complex things, but in the beginning, I might just want what I really should be doing with all these sites that I make, rather than just losing them for eternity, I should get these things kind of hosted on like GitHub pages, for example. So, and then, well, I clean it up, try and get the more useful tests to work, and not just, I don't know, can I put the code next to them? I mean, a lot of times it's not even, well, it's like, it's both. It's what it does and what it looks like, but also the code. But if I could get, rather than just have all these examples disappearing forever, and I have so many sites that like I've pages and pages and pages where I've just hacked some shit together and then it doesn't actually live on and I forget about it and move, I start over. It gets messy like this and I start over, and I do that repeatedly. So I was thinking if I could get like this little site, for example, just throw it somewhere. I don't know if I even need to clean it much, but let's get back to this for a second, because I think this actually is hitting me as like probably maybe one of the better things I can do is just scrap all the complexity and just go straight towards super simple. Forget the core and the extensions and all this bullshit. Just get somebody on board to help, like, give it a quick run. Now, yeah, like this is way easier. But what if someone already has a site set up at their root, github.io, whatever? Like, can it still work? I think the only real problem there is I mean, I don't see why it shouldn't. I think the only real problem there is homepage links need to be hard coded. Yeah, forget trying to do some fancy site within a site bullshit. It's just way too much work. Just now the base thing. Oh, and the fallback. That was the other thing. How to do fallback. So I think you use use 404.html as the app.loader. That's basically it. So import the app, look at the URL. Okay, so the app loader would need the base path so that all the window.location.path names can be, would you need to, or could you just use it as is? So before path would load path page.js. Now site name needs to load site name page.js and site name path. So this one needs to load site name path page.js and site name path needs to load site name path page.js. And so it's actually the same thing, right? Except, so maybe we skip the home.page.js part and it's just implied so that we don't have to make this more complicated than it needs to be. And then it just works, I think. It just follows the same pattern, loads whatever JavaScript file that is, and everything should be fine, I think. So super simple app loader. Yeah, I'll probably use a submodule for the framework as it is now. All right, let's see if I can find this framework site here. Let's see if I can get the get status ls cddocs ls. It's a submodule, so how to pull a get submodule from remote. Oh, let's just say get submodule. Get submodule update. Yeah. Let's just try it. Get, what's the worst that could happen? Get submodule update. Get status. I think the problem is the submodule. Okay, so it's not updating the submodule to its newest. Yeah, that's interesting. It's not particularly clear what it should be doing or whatever. Yeah, we need this remote flag to pull it from GitHub. There we go. Git status, git add, git commit. No, we're going to change. If I start changing the framework here, I need like I could use a different branch of the framework. I don't know if I like that though, because it just makes it harder to remember what's going on. I think maybe forking the framework. I could call it simple. I know I've got a lot of those. I used to call them simple, but I don't necessarily mind it. All right, so we're going to change the name of the framework folder to simple, or I clone a simple framework into the frame, like replace this framework directory can rename, when you clone a repo, you can rename it. So it's really just, all right, breathe. What are we going to do here? We want to, I think we want to clone. Where is my framework? It's this one. Framework. Copy this. First, let's add everything from the current, just in case, get cd 42, get status, add all, let's cd public framework ls, nothing, no, not ls, get status, there we go, get add all, get commit, yeah, get push, get status, get add, get commit, yeah, get push. Okay. Now, get clone this into simple. Did that work properly? Where's my simple? Boom. Okay. CD simple. No, I didn't really want to clone it, did I? CD rm simple. Fucking kidding me. Just delete the fucking folder, guys. Holy shite. Alright, so what I wanted to do was fork it because I want a new framework, I think. I don't know. I mean, did I add the holy shit, did I add the lorem in here? I don't think I did. I think I made it as an extension, which is the right way to do it. This one's not going to work properly, but I can just ignore that for now. I think this is bit here is kind of stupid. I don't even really need to clone it. I just need to copy and paste these files. All right, let's do it. Let's go. Can I just do it here? New folder. Simple. Simple. And I'm probably going to have to rename an old repo to make room for this because I've already done this before, but okay. Public, framework, view, control all, control C, simple, new file, view.js, paste, control save, new file, app.js, framework, app, control all, control copy, app, control paste, control save, and then lib tard is control all, control copy, could just put it in here. Could just put them both in here, really, like. I mean, having one file just seems so simple. Simple.js. Kind of like it. rather than have like a framework folder, you literally just put one file, or you just import it via the CDN, which should be there shortly. So I do kind of like that. Let's say new file. I guess it could be 3 different files that it loads in properly. But I also kind of like this idea. So let's just I don't know if you can define it and export it at once. Can you export something equals, or do you have to define it first and then export? Okay, kind of like the one-liner. Export is that it? Export const and still need the const. Okay, then we're just gonna put these guys, control cut, control paste. Let's put these 2 up above these, kind of a little more with the class. I think we just get rid of this one because we're not using that. Definitely don't want a base class here. So we need to bring all that in. It's going to be constructor let's look at the base class so I don't fuck this up. Let's actually put the base class over there and then go back to, I think we're doing it. No, you motherfucker. Base, and on this side, simple constructor. Yeah, let's just keep it the same for now. It's fine. That's fine. And then we need this one. Okay. Now we don't need that. We don't need this. We don't need this. 0 dependencies. Let's go. Should I just bundle this up? I've never used a sign outside of the original, but it's not bad to have. But do we need instantiate? We can't override instantiate because the assign happens inside of it. Well, we can extend it, I guess, and do it. I guess that's part of their thing. I'm gonna leave it for now. Then the app. So control all, control copy. I guess we'll leave it in. Whatever. And then somewhere, probably around here. Also, we're not going to. Yeah, we could export view as both a property and the def. No, we don't want this as default. If we export class view, I think that does it as a property. We'll have to check that out, but I don't think I need this. Paste these in here. Okay, so we're definitely not doing this. Like none of this. Don't think we're doing this. What does that mean? Yeah, I don't think we want. Do we we want any style sheets in here? I'm gonna leave this comment in here just because I'm not sure. Definitely don't want to define fonts, do we? Actually, maybe I should bring the icon font thing back because it's kind of cool. I don't really like my font system, but whatever. Let's just get this working. Export. Should this be default? I still think we just want to do this, not this. Constructor args. This dot instantiate args. Instantiate. Why is that underlined? View problem. Oh, because we have extends here. Okay. I should probably rename this because it's kind of got a little wonky, but definitely don't need these. Boom. Okay. Nice little bundle. Delete this. Delete, delete, delete. Alright. Simple. Super fucking simple. One fucking file. Let's go. Alright. And then we need to test it. I don't think it's gonna work on the CDN. So let's get this pushed up just to try it. What is this here? Where is this public core view? What is the change? Oh, yeah, that's fine. I don't know why I didn't save that. I don't think I need that comment. It's probably an extra. Anyway, all right, so I think we need to go here, find the simple repo. Simple. I guess I renamed it or it's lived somewhere else or whatever. Should I put it on the Lou42 account? The problem is I don't think I have the two-factor authentication set up. Who knows who that guy is? Huh, Harpool. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah, see. It's so dumb. You gotta authenticate to follow somebody. Jesus Christ. Alright, so how do I get this pushed up? I think I want to do a new. I gotta sign in. Jesus. It's gonna make me authenticate with my app. Yeah, you motherfuckers. Authenticator. 987498. Okay, and then repo, new repo, simple. So simple. Public. Do I want to get ignore? Does get start on we have to get init first. Get branch. Wait, what? Get status on branch master. God damn it, you motherfuckers make me change it. Get branch dash m main. Get remote add origin git add this, git commit, and yeah, git push. Hopefully it just does it. Fatal. The current branch main has no upstream branch. Git push set upstream origin main. Reload. Boom. All right. Now, on something like this, can we fork this thing? Bookmarks. God damn it! How do you fork? Ah, there we go. Fork it. Forking. Okay, this forking thing. Simple at main. Simple.js. No? Does not provide export name default. Oh, yes, we didn't do a default. They are all base is not defined, motherfucker. Base. I think on this one we can literally just put this here, no need for initialize. Alright. I hope I don't run into caching issues. Git add, git commit. How many keystrokes does it take to save a file? Git push. There's no way this works yet. It's just going to take a minute to update. I pushed it, right? Let's just make sure that it's filter symbol base. No fit symbol. I think it's good. 600 lines of code. Could be minimized to be pretty small. And could be called view.js, but there's an app in there. Now the app's going to need to be edited because I should have changed the homepage thing as I was already thinking I needed to. Should I do that now? If I'm using JS deliver CDN for a GitHub script, is there a way to ask it to update the cache? Purge tool. Enter the URL. Paste, purge, not a robot. Result, success. This is a lot of friggin' steps to, oh, motherfucker, give me a break. Maybe, well, let's look at the file. What JS deliver is giving, maybe they're lying, maybe they... Yeah, you motherfuckers, you're lying. You didn't update your cache. Well, that sucks. Why make a purge tool that doesn't work? Says it was successful, but maybe it just takes a second anyway. Isn't that the same URL? Yeah. Simple at main. Yeah. Control-Shift-R. Still serving the old one. So that's clearly a problem. But we could work all that out. I think generally this should work and could be a good way to get my code kind of just in a more tangible, usable space. Create a simple website that shows how to use it, and then ask for help. Now, the whole pull request thing is going to get a little weird because I've never managed a repo, but like, so you don't want to, if people start asking you to accept their pull request and you don't like it, or you just, it's like you either have to just accept it or you're going to turn people away and they're not going to want to help. So I'm not sure what I think about that. Oh, come on, guys. We purged the fucking thing. Purge it again. Please. Font still extends base. It's not supposed to. I checked it in here. Font. Class font. I fixed it. The fuck? Oh no. Oh no. How did that get in there? Motherfuckers. Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay, well, so should I just get rid of this part? Can it just be this part? I think so. My gut tells me it should. Any other changes? Oh, I did want to bring the views icon function back because that's kind of cool. Because I do have the potential to load the material icon font because I've included that in the bit here. That would probably go somewhere like right here. I definitely don't like this whole body init bit. Init bit. I also don't really like the idea of having to import the app and create a new app to be able to even use it, but otherwise, I mean, the simple file could just create an app, but like, do you really want it to automatically do this stuff? This is the problem. Now I could create app.js that imports the stuff and creates the app. And so you could choose which one you wanted. mean, in a way, breaking it out into different files is even better. Like, just so you know where shit is, so that you can kind of see, okay, we got this app thing. I don't know if the font class goes separate. It's not much of a class. It's just kind of a thing. And the app uses it, so it's kind of coupled with it. Got so many crazy notes in here. We're not doing the homepage thing anymore. Yeah, so if you were trying to use this thing outside of, like, I don't know, on an existing site, you wouldn't want it to do this auto loading, which happens automatically when you create the app, which may or may not be desirable. But yeah, I mean, let's try it. Let's just create new file, app.js. Can we import? I think we have to name the things. Can you? I know you can export all from another file. Import app. Oops. From. Oops. Simple.js. Export default new app. And then export all from simple.js. I think that's kind of all you need to do. And then the framework site is going to be, do we want to host these files from like a subrepo? I feel like that's overkill. Maybe it's just host the two files only. Just copy the two files even? Fuck. Or just load them from... Loading them from the CDN thing actually feels kind of bad just because it... You gotta get... Well, you could pin it down on a certain version, which isn't necessarily the worst idea. Also, alright, let's see on the 404 thing for GitHub pages, fallback, use 404.html. So you can have the root be the kind of public thing, but I don't know. I think docs is probably better. Yeah, it's gonna return a lot of these, but I think all we need is the 404 to load the app, create the app. What does my current setup do? What is this? This is from Firebase, I think. Yeah. So the fallback just loads the app, and then the app does the rest. Now I think we actually want it to do a redirect, not just load it at the 404 page. Because does it redirect to like, I think I just need to test this, but let me see if it can tell me anything. Yeah, I know this. So when a path doesn't exist, does it serve the 404.html? Is it, like, as a response for that path? Or does the server redirect to 404.html, so the URL? Just ask. Serves the content as the response for the non-existent path. It does not redirect. HTTP status code of 404, which you could just render why it doesn't redirect, why that would be wrong. If the server performed a redirect, yeah, then it would be okay, so can I render the page identically from that 404, or should I? Well, I can't really redirect. Yeah, I think you have to render it right there from the 404. So the 404 becomes like the new index page. In fact, you might not even need a root index page because it would be the same damn thing. However, for the home page to have like a real index page, they're pretty much just the same thing, I think. All right, let's create a new repo, or could I just use this one? Maybe it's better to just do it right here. Turn this into a new folder. Docs, new file, 404.html, and then whoops. Actually kind of want the viewport thing. And forget this. I think, do we want root app or, ooh, this is, so the 404 is going to be returned at the code from this file is going to be returned for subpaths, and so I think we're going to have to hard code these paths in here, which isn't ideal. By the way, this is going to be simple, and this is going to be /simple/app, I think. we building this for a simple thing, or are we gonna make this the base thing? Also, I could clone the repo, the simple repo. I could set it up as a sub repo. That's probably the way to go. Let's put a README in here real quick. New file, README. The base and site name paths. Set up for a GitHub pages sub site. If you use this for a root site, you can remove those. And then that would be basically remove the base tag, and then change site name to this. Something like that. Alright, forget index. Maybe we don't need it. And then, can we just drag this in here? Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's what we want. So it's no longer going to be at that CDN URL. Maybe, now I'm reversing course. Maybe I should have the simple repo. But, fuck it. I mean, I can just put the docs URL in the path if I want. But, I think for now, having the full copy of the files there, just to see what it's doing, isn't a bad idea. Okay, so do we need anything else? Forget the submodule. I think that's it. So should that work? Right now, it is going to be a sub-site. Oh, so we do need a page.js new file. It should load this, hopefully. And then we probably want in here to import all the things. Let's just grab one from like here. I think it's going to be roughly the same, maybe minus a few things. This. We don't need the app. Is the app export default? Yep. And all the things. App ldiv. Do we need view? There is no base or test. And then something like that. I do not foresee this working properly, but I have no idea how GitHub Pages works. So let's go ahead and push this up. Yep. All right. Now we go to the configuration for this repo. This file shouldn't even exist anymore. The simple site has some docs, go to settings, I believe. GitHub pages. GitHub pages. Oh, there. Deploy from a branch. Docs. Save. Alright, now I think it takes a little bit for this to work. This would be interesting to be able to host websites on GitHub pages. And I think like you could set up some sort of edge kind of replicator or whatever that just reduces the load. So the GitHub page would just basically be, well, I don't know. I don't like the whole 404 thing. Obviously that's not good for production site, but just for like testing shit out. Let's see here. What am I doing with my life? Does anybody know? Lord knows I don't. Where is this one? It's now going to be simple. It's probably going to just this data sign is not a function. 404 not found. I think this is just going to happen. I think this is just how it works, and it properly fell back. So nothing we can do there, and yep, it's just going to be a little wonky, but I think that's the way to do it. I don't know. It's like it just feels bad. You know, the very first experience you have with this thing, you get an error. I guess that's just how GitHub pages work. So, 442. We forgot. I definitely should just split these up. It's already wonky enough. Why create? Well, I can't have two apps. Little app is for the instance. Sheesh, let's see. 442. 442. Huh? 422. 422. Assign. Where is the assign? Oh my god. I think I know what it looks like, but I know it's right here. What happens when you don't even do a smoke test before trying to run your shit. Alright, assign. Okay, I think that's it. I think we then do a little this. Now it's going to take, I know it's going to take a few minutes for it to run its little bit. I think there might be, God, I have so many friggin' tabs open. Let's just, I guess we're using that one. Actions. So I think that means it's done. No, what? I fixed it. It's not fixed yet. Control Shift R. Now we get some more errors. Motherfucker. should be able to use a relative path there. Let's see. This is in page.js. Can I not just do this? Why is this? Oh. Which one do I want? Ah. Ah. So, which one do I want? App needs, yeah, it should be this one. It's right next to it, right there. That's what I think it is. I'm not sure why that was changed. Alright, another little push. Then we watch it build the thing, which takes 35 seconds. Can you test this locally to see if everything works? I could probably set up a little server that runs it properly so that you could test locally before pushing, so that every little change you make you don't have to mess around with, as long as like the core kind of routing systems are relatively robust. Oh, come on now. I doubt this updates in real time. In progress. Yeah, this takes way too long, but so it's a cool little loader icon. I can make something like that. Take a while. Might take all day. There we go. Refresh. Control Shift. Refresh. Boom! Chocolate. I don't know why the console keeps bugging out like this. There we go. So, first error is expected. Second error could probably be fixed if I created one of these things. I think I did once. I think you convert an image into an ICO. I forget how you do. I think I used a website or something. I could do that. I could put my little mastermind or M logo in there. And alright, so crazy how long that took. Let me think through how to host this locally. Why is this inside of this? That's weird. I think it's because of the base thing. Also, I haven't tested like links or whatever. I mean, I did on the other site, but I should probably figure that out. Yeah, I mean, setting up examples to show how the thing works would be a good idea. Are all the imports relative? This one has no dependencies. This one has only, this is a dependency. I mean, you could do this in the page instead of importing the app. But, you know, at some point you probably want some site-wide settings, or like, you know, loading a font or whatever. I really think I should move the view and the just move all these back into separate files, because like, fuck, I just This makes me nauseous having this all in one file. I don't like it. I could easily separate these out, and then it's just much more easy and organized and whatever. Maybe the app.loader could be like a module that's encapsulates some of that logic. App.loader.ready could be like, I don't know, a lot of garbage in there, but it works sort of. And well, all right, so let's think through this routing. The browser is going to treat the whole base thing the same way. I don't think I really need to worry about that. It's basically the 404 bit. Where's the 404? So I actually don't have an index. And again, I could make one for the home page. It would only work for the home page because it's going to 404 otherwise, and then they'd be the exact same file for 404 and index. But at least you could avoid a 404 for the home page, which could be at least improve your home page's SEO or something. But I don't know, the fact that it's at a subpath and whatever, these are more just for testing. I don't think it's a perfect setup. Also, I kind of feel bad about duplicating all that code and burying it deep in this file, where it's not like it's not set up to thrive. It's not gonna. I'd like it to sort of more evolve back towards a better framework with more shit going on. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm already kind of leaning towards, if I break this out into 3 or 4 files, then I probably want a folder for it called framework, and then I'm like right back where I started. Let's see. I don't know. It's not bad. But again, making changes to, like, trying to set this up to grow. It's not really the best structure to have all these, the app and the framework all in the. I don't know. It's not terrible. It's like a rough starting point, just so people can see kind of the basic idea, right? Well, and then creating like kind of offshoots of this, where, I mean, hell, I could create kind of like, well, just slowly build up the examples so that people can see how it works and what you can do with it. Start building out like a CSS framework. Maybe build like component type shit. I don't know. I've never really built a component system. Most of my components have fizzled out before they really became anything. I mean, normally like UI components are pretty, they're only half of the battle, and then the functionality is like a whole separate part. But all right, what am I thinking here? It's already 1:30. Yes, I was going to try and get the 404. So I could just create a server that serves the 404, right? As a fallback? Isn't that generally the idea? I got all this bullshit going on in here, but essentially it's just this bit here. Serve docs, and then otherwise fall back to 404. HTML. It doesn't really matter what file you're reading. It's just to get it to work kind of similarly on desktop. All I would need is Express, and I think that's the only external dependency. I don't think I'm using anything else. Can I create a simple server there to set it up? Is this secure? It is secure. Would you look at that? Create a simple server. Should I do it? Let's try it. New file. Server.js. We're gonna need to get ignore. What does this one look like? Looks retarded, but I guess. All I need is the fucking node modules. New file dot get ignore. I don't know if it even needs the slash on there, but I guess if that's what we got. What did I use in the past for like this one? Oops. Yep, no slash. I think that works. Just kind of like that better for how simple it is. And then let me get this little bit here, because this is essentially all we need. Alright, how do we set up this bit? We need import express from express. I think we need HTTP. HTTP. This is, whoops. And then we're going to need path. I don't think that's included automatically. Path, HTTP. Okay. And then how does this whole thing work? Express app. You call the express function. And then we listen with this. Jesus Christ, there's so many things here. Alright. Can I keep this open and then get this server over here? We're gonna need const. I think people usually call it app equals express. Use express.static docs redirect false. Fuck. I'm not sure how that's gonna work. Let's just leave this for now, or maybe actually that's what I want. Let's try it. False. I'll have to test to see if that works on. Well, like if I went to what happens? 404 as usual. It's correctly importing the right page. So yeah, I think redirect false is acceptable there and is actually what we want. And then app.use this whole thing. I think I missed something. This needs a curly bracket. And then this, oh, this fucking dir name bullshit. Oh my god. It's not here that we need it. It's here, dir name. And so we need path. We have path. We need the URL file to this. One at a time, I guess. Put this over here. And then these. And then I don't know why this is all necessary. It might not be, but is this right? Dot. No, it's because I'm in a folder here for server, so I think we just want docs and then 404. Alright, I think that's it. We're going to need to npm install express. That should have been a save dev. Whatever. Status. I guess. Yeah, that's fine. We don't have to commit it yet. What we want is node server.js, but we're going to need to shut down this bad boy. Cannot read properties. Express app. Did I not delete this part? Oh my god. This is all old news. Restart. Warning. It's not. Module type of server.js is not specified and it doesn't parse as common JS. Reparsing as ES module because, oh, I think you have to put something in the package. Type module. Lordy lordy. Okay. Serving docs. Localhost. Refresh. What's going on here? 404. Okay, so, yep, but we actually want localhost / simple and aborted. Simple app. Why? That should exist. Maybe I didn't import something, or my errors. No? Simple app. Aborted. Does that not work? 404. App, simple app. The request path was fine. The docs app.js. I think we're having a problem with the whole base thing. Yeah, we gotta ask about that. If I want nodes express to serve docs, but treat the requests as but basically the base path of the requests. Basically, if request path is path whatever.js, we want to serve docs / whatever.js. Let's see if I can figure that out. Custom middleware that modifies the request URL before it gets to static. If the request path starts with path, which I think it did, /simple, yeah, and this is gonna have to change for rooted, but let's do this for now. Site name equals simple, the base path. Then we want before this thing. Alright, let's just copy this. I think that goes right before app.use for path, or for site name. Alright, there it is. Next. I think that's kind of the idea here. What does the URL do though? Wait, what? Oh, so yeah, it's just fallback, doesn't actually matter. It's always gonna be this specific file. Probably could just hard code that path, right? Like, I don't know why that's need to do all this funny business. If it starts with / plus site name plus / I guess we'll just stick to what it's saying. Man, this is confusing. I don't know if this is gonna work. Wait, what? Dot length? Jesus Christ, this is likely not gonna work properly, but let's give it a shot. Copy the computer's code verbatim. I definitely want to log this shit, so I think we just want one of these. Let's just call this like number 1 and this number 2, and see what we can devise here. Let's get this in a better spot. We crashed everything. Oh, I didn't start it again. Serving docs. Another 404. Okay, so what did we get here? We got request for simple. These all hit the number 2 block. What is going on here? So, does it have to start with a... Did it tell me to start it with a slash? I don't know why I got rid of it. Yeah, I did. Okay. Let's copy the computer verbatim. Might have a problem with that trailing slash. Where'd you go, localhost? Did we crash yet? No. Okay, so again, simple app, all on number 2. We're not hitting this first block here. Not sure why. Is it app.use or app.get? App.use/path. And it doesn't hit it. I'm not sure why. So the rewrite path for docs never runs. I think this thing is losing its marbles. Alright, let me try again. I'm trying to use Nodes Express to serve just content similar to GitHub pages. The GitHub pages subsite uses a base path user.github.io/site name, and I need I mean, this should run, right? Like, simple server. Maybe we don't need it, but yeah, maybe we don't need to do all that, but like, still not sure why it wouldn't work. App.use. Let's just try it. What did my old server look like for the... Yeah, it was just public. This one is just docs. Alright, let's comment this out for a second. App.use site name. I feel like that should log, like the fact that it's not. Oops. You have to pass something to next? Oh, anyway. And then express.static to be docs and redirect false. I think this is actually what we want. Did I just not restart the server or something? I'm so confused right now. Serving. Hello, world. So it hits the fallback properly on the first request, I would assume. And we get no errors even. I think that's it. I think that's no fucking funny business here. I don't know why this was even such a problem. Well, okay, so let's try some things here. Let's go new file, sub.page.js. This could be a problem. If we know we're gonna do, well, a snippet from in a lot of places. I think that's equally as good. This would be sub page and maybe home. Then well, this should work as just sub, I think. Oh, and we don't have any live reload. Wonderful. So, boom. Okay. Fucking hell, man. It's a lot of work. So it's currently doing a lazy rendering, or like a batched rendering. It renders off screen and then throws it all in there at once. It's partly why it's very snappy. Is that it now the live reload is kind of nice, and if we're going to have a dev server, we might as well throw it in there. But now it's like I'm quickly crawling right back to where I started. Also, this whole setup with the docs folder, I guess it doesn't really matter, but like, do I actually want to go this route for my main page, for my website's homepage or whatever? Probably not. This is kind of just like an interim, starter kit for anyone who's interested. But again, it's not set up for like contributions. It's set up for just as a quick bundle or whatever. But it's still importing like 4 or 5 pages per page, so it's not like it really helps that much. And creating different sub sites here, could potentially have multiple sub sites running at once. That'd be kind of wild. You'd even like click around and creating like a meta site, with this where you have multiple sub sites which are each their own repo, but it gets such a, especially using Git to push everything up and down and manage it. Like, it's doable. It would just be kind of a nightmare to have to always be committing and pushing and pulling and waiting for it to update and whatever. Yet it could work. Definitely could work. I'm kind of thinking like using branches for different examples where you could use Git to swap to a different branch. And then like this example, going from just a simple home page with hello world only to like, this whole sub page example. Could be a different branch, and then you could have all kinds of examples that are like loaded into the repo. But I don't know if I like that. I kind of think having just one site with a bunch of examples is probably better than trying to break them all out. Not sure how I feel about that. The live reload is definitely kind of a sore spot. And, well, it's super easy to do. It's just then you need a socket class. And do I put that right in the bundle, or do I, my socket class is pretty simple. There's a bunch of extra functions on there that don't need to be there, but generally it's just I don't even know if this reconnect thing works. It's pretty much just connecting, and that's it. So I could set that up. Not terribly hard to do. Another dependency for the, well, not on this side, but on the server side, you need to install the WebSocket. Again, not terribly hard to do. Fucking hell, man. But it's like back to the basics, and it's so simple that it's not really that useful, and not sure that I'd be able to get people to buy into it without fleshing it out. Also, because I just kind of destroyed the whole file structure, I don't know if I should try and put the framework back together. I don't know if I should try and lean into the whole, use a separate GitHub subpage. I mean, the whole GitHub pages thing is, it's sort of optional, right? Do I really want to jump through hoops and adjust the entire framework just to, fit this GitHub pages thing? Not sure. I mean, so allowing people to use this for their own site would be as simple as cloning the repo. Probably just write this in here. Step 2. Let's really fork. Step 2. Configure GitHub pages. Profit. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not terribly different than just writing raw HTML at this point. Like, you could do everything that I've done so far with HTML, and then it begs the question, well, why use this system rather than just write HTML? Well, the obvious benefit is there's a lot of things you can do with imports and logic that you can't otherwise. Although that's not absolutely clear yet. So, what about GitHub pages? I've got this mostly working. I mean, I could try and create a community that, learns and uses this thing. It's like, even if you've never done any web development before, you should be able to get this thing set up and publish your own website and then share the link to everyone. And that would be kind of cool. I think a lot of people would have problems like getting shit going because there's going to be bugs and errors and whatnot. But that's kind of how you learn. Alright, let me kind of try and collect some of these ideas. Like, how do I set up the repo for contributions? I don't really want to jam everything into one. It would be better if people could maybe publish a link to their repo and then submit a pull request with the link. sort of, so that instead of modifying the base code, it's just sort of an extension. Also, these are all still CDN-able instead of repo/file. It's repo/docs/file. But I mean, it doesn't have to be, but like that's kind of also. Wait, so the GitHub pages files, the user.github.io/site-name/file is probably not served with, what's that shit called, cores. So wouldn't work properly, but you know, the rest of them you probably could get sharing to work via a CDN type thing. What else? So there's a lot of little examples, like what about all the examples? Loading, fonts, CSS, creating widgets, etc. But like, what about a simple CSS layout system? Yeah, still haven't figured that out. Alright, what kind of folder structure would be good here? Like, how do I bring some structure back to the folders? Should I even try the one option is via submodules. Git submodule, but that makes it harder. And I don't really want a ton of files, and so I don't know. I mean, I could try and CDN it so that, like, rather than having to host it, you just, you know, use like the external URL of the CDN could work. So this, by the way, is sort of like serving docs at something like that. All right, so yeah, I mean, the examples are important to kind of show some of the things. And picking the right one, like the complexity just grows astronomically. What about live reload? I do think that's worth bringing back in. But again, we're just like really quick back at the old framework. And so maybe it's not even a bad thing. Maybe that's kind of what I'm trying to get to here, one slow step at a time. And so is a submodule a bad idea? It does make it a little trickier. Sort of like maybe for beginners, it just use self-hosted or CDN, and then if you're trying to contribute to the framework, you can set up a submodule so you can then push. How do pull requests work? You have to push to your own repo that is a fork, and then using the UI, I think you trigger it. Never actually done a GitHub pull request. Actually, I might have once, but it wasn't particularly clear what Git is doing, what GitHub is doing, and how it all was working in the background. Set up a submodule, and you can push pull requests to the framework itself. But again, I don't know if I want a bunch of user submissions. I mean, if they were good and it fixed things and made it better, like, I have no problem with it. But I know people are, like, might try and install all kinds of tooling and bullshit and just, reformat things and change the tab size or code style or whatever, and all that's just kind of like no bueno, or just a lot of whatever. I guess some of it I'd be okay with, but if it helps. But it needs to stay simple. And well, alright, so let's think about the examples and the submissions, because I kind of think this is one and the same. Each one can just be a page. It's not necessarily the worst way to go. By the way, this whole thing is set up as a sub-site, and doesn't it need to be configured? The whole thing need to be configured differently for root sites. Instead of having a site name, it would just be nothing. You could just go in and edit the site name in the server file here I'm looking at. You could just remove that, I think, and then it would just work, wouldn't it? And then yeah, there's a lot of configuring you might have to do. In fact, all the pages and stuff, especially if it's using, what was I doing on the sub page? Yeah, if you hard code absolute paths, then it's not as flexible. Is that necessary here to do? I mean, the relative path could work. I don't know why it just felt like it shouldn't be a relative path. And having the framework in the same folder, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. Let's try a path page.js. So this one would have to be climb up one. That's the thing with the import statement, is that if you wanted one that you could use, just copy and paste without having to adjust the level that it climbs out, then you'd have to do it that way. And that's a little... Then if you want to move your site from like a sub site to a root site, you'd have a lot of URLs to update. But I guess that's, that's how this shit works, right? I think that's okay. Let's call this another page at path, home button, and then on this page, just call this another path. I think we need this like this. Refresh, another path, simple path, boom, another page at path, home, boom. Yep. Just put these in divs. Div. All right. Yeah, live reload definitely useful. And yeah, so just in general, the imports are going to be kind of wonky on a sub site like this. I should probably maybe clone this whole thing and make one as a sub site and one as a, and like, I don't know, getting the framework code out of there. Actually, I think having it in there is not a bad idea, just because it freezes it, and then you don't have to worry about errors. And like, you want the shit that you create to be frozen in time, because Lord knows it's not good when shit breaks. So that's maybe not terrible. However, using it as a or like setting it up as a submodule, that could be prone to errors, because if you install, if you like reinstall the site or something, or run an update, I don't know, I'm not sure how submodules might be prone to getting the wrong version. And just in general, the submodule update mechanics are a little interesting. I think it could work. I don't think it's necessarily terrible. I mean, I did have it set up here, but I was pulling this from GitHub, and just the whole process of like pushing a change to GitHub from the actual framework, then pulling it back down, then pushing it back up, like that's a monstrous workflow to do manually from individual changes. I mean, I guess it's somewhat manageable, but if it's not a submodule, I think GitHub Pages just like ignores it, because like when you clone, I'm not sure if it's cloning the repo onto its server, but I think it might be, and when it does that, it just doesn't clone the sub repo, and so you either have to copy the files in, let me ask the computer if you wanted a wanted to nest a Git repo within another, you wanted all the files to actually commit to the base repo. Very special way to do it. I think by default, if you git clone a repo inside another, then it tracks it, but a fresh git clone of the parent repo will not install the sub repo. My dad just sent me a text. Let's see here. Still working on his shed. Not bad. It's a little close to the house there, Dad, but how do I know? It's got some windows. It's not bad. It is like a little house. Got a door, 2 windows, roof, shingles. Probably doesn't need gutters. Alright. I asked him when I can move in. Whoa. Subtree pole? What? How do you get subtree? Your parent repo as a subdirectory, effectively merging their histories. Commits all files. Problem is, I don't know if branching in the parent repo includes the nested files naturally. Not sure really what that means. What is this prefix? Path to nested folder. What? I think that's just if you want it. Yeah. Actually, that sounds like a winner. You just delete the Git folder. But then, well, so then updating it would mean kind of just deleting the framework folder, repulling it, and then deleting it again. But that seems super simple, and I don't really like this command. It's just giving me a headache just looking at it. So, yeah, I think maybe just nuking the Git thing is maybe a decent way to go, so that you don't have to bother with the submodule thing. So that also kind of means that if I have a separate, like 2 separate repos, one for a subsite, one for a root level site, then I'm gonna have 2 separate frameworks like copied in there. It doesn't feel right, but it could work. And I don't know, it's so complicated, this whole subtree thing. Maybe I could get it to work, but who knows what it's actually doing in the background. And this just seems a lot simpler, where it's not ideal, but it's not gonna fuck it up. So you're not gonna have to deal with a bunch of like crazy Git plumbing to try and fix your repo. Or I use a submodule where you have to do a submodule update. Actually, not a terrible way to go. Now that I consider the alternative, because what if you want to update? Yeah, I'm actually kind of leaning that way. Now, I mean, how about this framework that's like getting way ahead of me? And I don't know, I don't really mind the structure, but like, I guess I am using events. I've sort of tried to nix the base, not really using test, but I do have an app class and a view class, and I guess events could be an extension or something, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Well, all right, so let's think again about examples and extensions and whatnot. I think building like a very solid core that is just about as simple as can be, I think is really useful because, just so it doesn't break, so it's simple, super lightweight, super simple, and everything else is just, but then it doesn't do anything. It's not as useful as super simple and minimal. Is my coffee gone? Almost. Oh my god. I think maybe having a framework folder to put the code in makes sense. Now on a sub site, so yeah, I mean I think going all in on the GitHub pages is kind of useful, but it's also man, it's like I was kind of leaning away from it at one point just because I got the thing hosted on without GitHub pages. Do I really need to like lean back into it? Well, if I want people to be able to grok it, figure out how it works, set up their own site, then GitHub pages is by far the easiest way to do that. It's just this whole sub-site base path bullshit is kind of silly. Also, the current framework has so much garbage in it that I guess I haven't learned my lesson that I need to create super simple framework and just keep it super simple. And pretty much all those extensions and shit just shouldn't be in there. Now, okay, so how do I create an extension of a framework? Can you have a submodule within a submodule? If you do git submodule update, does it recursively update all the submodules? I mean, that's actually not the worst way to go because then the framework, well, and can they be optional? This is where Git just kind of falls short of being a good package manager. Is it, can I use npm to manage the problem with npm is it puts all the code in the node modules folder. Does a decent job of tracking dependencies and installing them, but to serve them on the client side, there's a solution missing here. I know there's like There have been client-side package managers. Everybody's using bundlers these days, but just fuck a bundler. I'm not doing that shit. So it's literally like, it's not an impossible challenge, but for my limited state of mind and capacity right now, I think it's pretty out of reach. So what do we do? If I use a submodule for the framework, that could work. Could keep it nice and organized. Now, optional submodule, I don't think that's possible. Well, I mean, let me talk to the computer. Can get submodules have submodules? See, I don't know if GitHub pages would obey. We could give it a test. Let's see. Would it be possible to have a? Well, so what would be the general step of adding a submodule to a repo, like a framework that doesn't have it? Well, so it could be a branch where you just switch a branch over to like extensions, and then the submodule, I don't know if you can have a submodule only on one branch. Let's see. Can you have a submodule only on one branch? Key to managing submodules across branches lies in the fact that a submodule's configuration file and its reference, the special get link file, are tracked files in the parent repository. Because these are just files, Git will handle them exactly the same way as it handles a README or source code. If the files are present and committed on a branch, they will be active. If the files are deleted and committed on another branch, they will be absent. Steps to implement branch-specific submodule. Start on the branch where you do not want the submodule, likely your main or master branch. Create a new feature branch where you do want it. Add the submodule, commit, check out main. You switch from a branch with a submodule to branch without it, and then later switch back. The submodule directory will often be left behind. That's stupid. So I want to clarify, you cannot have a single Git modules file that contains conditional logic. Open up a clean context. Let's say I have a Git repo for my framework. Let's Considering how to create extensions to the framework without adding complexity to the base repo. So, just to think this through, if I cloned any kind of repo that has like my framework built in, and then I want to add submodules to it. All right, so let's say you clone a repo and the framework is a submodule. So then you like have to submodule update and it installs it or whatever. And I think GitHub Pages can handle that. Then you have the code, and then you can just edit it and install a submodule locally. Okay, all right, hold on. Let's say I have a Git repo for my framework, and I create a framework site repo for GitHub Pages and use framework repo inside as a submodule. Let's say I want to keep framework super simple, yet have extensions to the framework. So basically, you could clone the framework site and have a super simple framework. But then you might want to clone framework extensions within or next to the framework. So like maybe they have to go next to it. Why is this confusing to me? If I'm cloning a submodule, I mean, it can have changes just like anything else, right? And then where do they get committed to if it's a submodule? Is it? This is what I think the heart of the problem here. Like, if you use a get submodule and make changes to it, do they get committed to the parent repo? Separate repo is essentially a pointer to the parent repository to a specific commit in the submodule's separate repository. Parent repository only records which commit of the submodule it should use. It does not track the submodule's working directory changes. Okay, so you have to commit it back up to the base or something. Yeah, you gotta push it back to the origin, which is kind of crazy because that's not what we want. Well, so you'd have to clone. God damn, this is just stupid, man. Alright, so get submodules. Basically, the parent repo simply points to the commit, does not track changes, history, or whatever. So what happens if you make changes? You just can't track them. think that's how it's set up, is that it's like you can't, I mean, you could just leave the changes uncommitted. I don't think that works. I think you'd have problems there. I think the submodule is not really meant to be modified in that way, and so I don't think that would work really well for a framework type thing. I think the subtree is actually maybe what is the correct tool. Where did that go? Clone submodule subtree. So what is the squash? I mean, if GitHub pages, I'm not even sure is a worthwhile endeavor here, but let's assume it. We're trying to do that. If it can handle subtree, can GitHub pages handle subtree? Alright, I'm already confused. What is the subtree again? It's like it somehow still tracks the origin, so you can push changes to it, I think, or pull updates from it, but it has its own history. So then you can commit the changes to the subtree. All the files automatically. It's basically just like they need to fix this, but anyone who clones the parent repo gets all the files, no separate. Easier branching. I think really it's just tracking a remote URL so that you can pull from it, and then I don't know if you could push from it. Maybe you can, but subtree might actually be the thing. Tracks saves all the sub files, so you don't have to worry about submodule updates. So like if you switch branches, for example, you don't have to run an extra command to update the submodules. Now, I'm not sure if you can push changes back to origin, but you can save changes. So, well, you could add a submodule here. Can subtrees have subtrees? Can get subtrees have subtrees? And I would imagine that the whole thing gets saved in the main one. So, not sure this is a good idea, but we could test it out. Correctly. So, how would this work? It's essentially like we have the framework site, we have the framework, and then we have extension, framework extension. And the framework itself can be installed as subtree, and then the extension can be installed as subtree. And what's the benefit of not copying the files? Well, we can run updates. The benefit compared to simply copying all the files is that you can update subtrees individually, I think. And can you push get subtree back to origin? Yes, change made to subtree can be pushed back to its original repo. Commit changes within the main repo. Make and commit changes to the subtree files within your main repo as you would any other changes. Then use get subtree push, specifying the prefix and the remote branch. And yes, you can push back up. So that would be the way to not have to worry about submodules. You could then create, all right, so here's the thing. To test out, if we can keep the framework repo super simple, without extensions, and then install as a subtree in any type of site repo, and you can just add subtrees within the framework. Now you can put them next to it, or next to it, without also that are tracked properly, and yet don't have to be committed to the framework. I think that might do the trick. So how do I test this? Create a new repo, get init. I do have the framework. So the framework, doesn't it just exist in here right now? I think this one is, this is a nested repo without any submodule or subtree or anything. And so it sort of just lives here, I think. It's not, so it's kind of tracked. Man, it gets so complicated how this shit works. But I think I can clone the framework as a subtree into this is crazy. So let's do some serious Git exploration. cd make dir git sub tests, cd git sub cd, oh my lord, cd git sub tests, make dir git, let's just call this framework, site and make their let's call it extension. Then we go cd framework, get init, cd framework site, get init, cd extension, get init. Okay, so can I touch extension.js? Fuck. Let's just go here, get subtests. We want new file, extension.js, framework, new file, framework.js, framework site, new folder, docs. New file, readme.md, usually capitalized, docs, new file. We'll just put something in here like page.js. All right, so now we go commit all these, get add all, commit cd framework, get add, get commit, get cd framework site, get add, get commit. All right, so now we need to do a get submodule pull. No, we just add. Squash is fine. Let's see if I can edit this on the command line here. All right, so on framework site, we're going to add prefix. If we don't do a prefix, let's see first what happens here. Repo URL. We just want the framework. Can I just do this? Let's see. Must provide a prefix. Add. That's kind of crazy. Shouldn't these things be flags? Anyway, prefix equals framework. How do I add a local repo as a subtree? Sort of scream outside. Add the local repo as a get remote. What? That's not right. God, that just seems git note add framework. This one, we just reference framework, and then we need a branch, which I guess is master. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Are we on a new branch? What is this new branch? I don't know. There it is. Okay, so now the problem with putting an extension inside the framework is that then if you wanted to push something up, then you'd have to like ignore it. Now you could just ignore an entire framework /ext by default. It's actually not a bad way to go, because then any ext you put in there would be automatically ignored from the repo, and so you could still put it. How'd that work? How would that work? Well, like the get ignore file is part of the thing, right? But I think a sub get ignore file would be our get ignore files in subtrees ignored by the parent repo. I meant ignored as in not respected, so apparently they are ignored, and so it would sort of mean that it doesn't track it. Alright, so let's say I wanted to have a framework that ignores ext within framework site that ignores framework ext for the framework repo, but not for the framework site repo. That's crazy, man. Negation patterns in your parents thing. The core rule of get ignore files is that a pattern defined in a subdirectory has higher precedence. To achieve your goal, you must reverse the standard logic using negation. The solution: negation and parent file framework get ignore the ext. Okay, when you run git subtree add, git merges the contents of this repo into the framework directory of the parent, including framework site. Aha. I somehow doubt this is going to work, Include all files inside ext. There's no way that works, but let's try it. So let's go framework, new file, we get ignore, and we want to ignore ext. And then, well, so for example, I could say new folder, ext, new file, ext.js, and then let's try committing that. cd framework, ls, git add, git commit, yeah, wait, git status, new file, git ignore. We did not add the extensions. Perfect. Git commit, yeah. All right. cd framework site, git status. All right. How do we pull? I think it was one of these or something. Fuck. Git subtree pull. Get subtree pull prefix equals framework master squash. Boom. Whoa. Fuck. Why did we get a merge error? Please enter commit to explain why this merge isn't necessary. Well, I don't know what's going on here. And I just did a git subtree pull that launched a file in VS Code. So you can enter the commit message for the merge commit once you address the conflicts when you run git. It's essentially trying to fetch the latest changes from the remote repo, merge those changes into your main repo's history, typically creating a merge commit. Follow the EC is standard commit message editor for that merge commit. The reason you're seeing it before you manually resolve the even if there are no explicit file level conflicts, Git wants you to confirm and provide a message for the fact that you just brought in a significant block of Was I trying to merge before? Yeah, I didn't. Wait, I did a framework site. Framework site. Why is there this thing here? Alright, let's just save this. I think. Please enter a commit message to explain why this is necessary. An empty message aborts the commit. And then what happens? that was crazy. Now what? Get status. That was wild. All conflicts fixed, but you are still merging. It's just such a wonky experience. Okay, so now we have our updated framework, and now we want to put an extension into the framework extensions folder. So we're going to cd framework. We're going to make dir ext, which should be ignored. Ah, yes, but we need to do the negate. Wait, what? I think it's confused. No, we don't want to ignore the framework. There's no way this works, man. I'm gonna go with it. Framework site, new file. I think that would have to be negated too. Get ignore, but it's not supposed to. There's no way this works. No way. Well, before this, let's control cut this and just see what happens if I put framework site, framework, I did make this, let's just say new file, something.js. Okay, so this should be able to test this theory here by saying get status, get ignore. But it's ignoring, okay, it's ignoring the thing, and then we go back to this, get ignore here, and when we put this in here, shouldn't this automatically, it doesn't work, unless I have to add it, get add, get status, but there's no way you have to commit it for it to work, it just doesn't work. So, well, what if I put a different test and then did it? Oh, it just ignores the framework. Let's see if this is the right ignore file, right? Modified get ignore, but why does it not track changes to the framework? Okay, it does. But maybe it's just listening to this one. But this isn't tracked. Maybe it needs a file in there to trigger it. Ah, yes, okay. So it's listening to the framework. How do we add back something in the I wouldn't imagine we actually need that. I would assume that it does that automatically. Yeah. I think the internal logic of get here is probably just who knows what it's actually doing. But for the subtree thing, this could just be impossible. Get ignore subtree, get ignore. It's a very common behavior. There's no way that works. That's actually, I think, what it said in the beginning, right? It said, like, ignore it first. And then not ignore it. Ignore it. Not ignore it. First, let's try this one. There's no way this... something like this, I think. There's no way that works. No. We're looking for this ext something to appear. So, I mean, has something to do with these slashies? I don't think that would do it, but no. I think it just overrides the parent tree with the subtree, and so like there's nothing I can do here to get it to add it. Well, so what was the point of all this? It was to try and have a folder of extensions that are ignored from just this repo. I think this is just a really unique situation. Precedence and get ignore subtrees. I mean, it's such a subtrees are such a specific thing. Get ignore file in a subdirectory or subtree in a general sense, not necessarily the get subtree command is a higher precedence or the ignore parent. Just asking a clean slate. So let's say I have a get subtree with a certain directory. Alright, let's just put that one is. I have a framework site repo, git repo with a subtree framework site slash framework, and within the framework I want to have an ext directory that's ignored by the framework repo but included in the parent framework site repo. It's going to tell me the same thing and it doesn't work. Getting confused, but I don't think any of this is gonna work. There's no way. I don't know if the slash matters at all. Yeah, there's no way. I think the sub-get ignore takes precedence. Is there any other way? The core of the problem is that Git normally respects the Git ignore in the closest directory. So here's a correct approach to manage files in the framework ext directory. Ensure ext is ignored in the framework. Explicitly track. Use the noindex flag with the git add command. This tells Git to treat the files inside the framework directory as if they are not part of a separate Git repo. I could try it, but I think we're getting in the weeds on this. Can I just git add framework ext force git status? Boom. All right. Fuck yeah. So that's possible, but I think I'd have to do that for every change or whatever. All right, let's think this through. What's another alternative to have them automatically tracked? Well, really, the only thing that I was trying to achieve here, trying to get the repos configured so that I could make changes to the ext and still easily commit the framework while ignoring them. Well, can I still do that? Like, what if it's a separate folder? Okay, so framework / extension could be for user extensions, and then you could ignore, if this is get ignored, yeah, the problem is if it's ignored by the, problem is if it's ignored by the framework repo, it's also ignored by the parent. So the alternative is to make extension directory at the root. Not ignore, so which would be ignored naturally by the framework, and also also included naturally by the framework site. So I think moving the extensions out of the framework repo is the way to go. It kind of makes it more complicated because now there's two repos to manage, but you could then have any kind of extension repo. Like, in fact, each class could be separate. Well, I mean, maybe I just have a big bundle of extensions that I throw in there. I don't know. But yeah, I do think keeping the framework as simple as possible. So what is it going to be? It's just going to be framework. It's going to be, where is my friggin' cursor? View and app. You could have that is, and probably just keep it at that for now. So the thing is that the app doesn't work on like on CodePen. I guess that's not that big a deal. Is that what we want? So use a get subtree? God damn, is that what I want? It allows tracking. I would assume it allows GitHub pages to work properly, because I don't think it's really doing anything particularly different, except it just is configuring it to track and save all the changes internally. Well, so essentially what it lets you do is it lets you override the framework. I don't think force adding things is right. Well, so I got it to work, and so now it's being tracked by the framework site, but it's not being tracked. Wait, what? I thought we were ignoring that. There's no way. Somehow it added it to this one too? Why though? Wait, maybe this isn't a repo. This is a subtree. I think that's it. I think we're still talking about the... That's kind of stupid. Yeah, it's still it's all treating this entire kind of repo as all the commands are rooted to the main repo there. Which kind of sucks, because when you go into the framework folder, wouldn't you want the commands to be for the framework so that then you can push shit up? But I guess you have to do it all from the base. In that case, kind of just makes it a huge pain in the butt, because now you're going to have to use subtree commands and hope that shit doesn't blow up on you. Let's look at the changes, docs, frameworks. Oh, head detached. What the fuck does that mean? Not sure if this submodule is. It seems to. This get status seems to work separately for this folder. This is again for the parent repo. God damn it, man. I'm losing hope here. I think maybe I just need a break for today. Rethink my life. Go get a protein bar or two. So all the benefit of the GitHub pages kind of starts to disappear, because the complexity of just managing the code is such a pain in the ass. It's like someday somebody will create version control that just works. And until then, gotta deal with all this bullshit. Well, could just copy and paste, basically.
don't know if it's worth trying to get the sub-site thing working properly. In a way, it's more powerful because you can have many sites within a site, sort of, or like each repo is like its own path. But just the complexity of it is kind of bullshit. I mean, publishing the framework. Kind of a waste of time. Well, I don't know. I need a drink. Trying to make my brain work. Let's see here, folks. Alright. Let's talk to myself while I chew on this fucking protein bar. Having myself on my screen here. Just gives me something to look at while I'm talking. Basically, the point is to get the code in front of other people so I can show people what I've been working on and maybe get some help with it. I mean, honestly, somebody could just clone that repo and have a website up instantly. It's probably the quickest, easiest way to do it. Well, I mean, you can use a website builder and build a free website pretty quick too. But the thing about that one is that it's just raw. I don't know if there's any other starter repos for GitHub pages. I mean, I'm sure there are, but like that are that easy to just clone and it just works. So in that sense, maybe it's worth pursuing. What's the drawback to just copying the code? Well, so that it's not set up for growth. I mean, so the nested repo thing, which is how I have it set up right now for the Lu42 site, it's literally just a repo within a repo with no configuration, no submodule, no subtree. So it tracks the snapshot or like the hash of the entire directory, but it doesn't update it for you. You have to and you can CD into it and it's like its own thing. Now, for GitHub pages, you can't do that. It has to be a submodule because now what that fucking detached head message meant on that one submodule that I was testing before, Lord knows. Detached head. It's like, sounds pretty scary. But okay, so I think for maybe like my website, doing just a manual nested repo isn't the worst way to go. I mean, the current framework that I have isn't even terrible. I don't have to like bail out on it and reconfigure this whole thing. I think creating the GitHub page bit is good because I don't know, I could go back to the whole framework site repo where it is a submodule and has all the framework stuff in there. It's a little like extra, but it doesn't really hurt anything to have those files there. It just, I'm not sure if the framework's URL structure is compatible, and I wouldn't want to customize the framework just for GitHub pages and then it doesn't work on my own site. I could try and look at them and figure that out, but there's a lot of files in the framework, and well, so to turn what I just set up is the simple framework. Doesn't have any CSS loading right now. Doesn't really do much. There's no routing in it. It's just you got to actually create files to create subpages. You got to manually link them together. It's not terrible, but creating a real website with that is going to be a long, slow process that, again, at first glance doesn't necessarily help you that much over just static HTML. And so, and even for most simple websites, like you're not doing crazy dynamic rendering or interactivity, and so static HTML is kind of the winner there. Like, forget all the fancy bullshit, just write some goddamn HTML, create some normal pages. Yeah, but I mean, frankly, I don't know if you can get a normal static HTML page to load properly without funny business. Like, would it load all the CSS and render properly? Maybe it does, because it looks at the DOM, which is basically, present immediately on page load. It knows what kind of styles it needs. I don't know, does it load the styles before rendering? Make sure all the CSS loads before it renders? I have no idea how static HTML works. I haven't messed with that in a while. Kids are going to be home soon. I'm kind of just feeling burnt out for today. Kind of feeling depressed because I spent all this time working on the GitHub page configuration, and I don't think that's really, I don't know, I'm torn. Part of me thinks like maybe that's it. Maybe it's just like spend some time trying to promote the GitHub page route. Spend some time building some simple examples where people could, pick a base theme, load in some, font and some basic styles, and then maybe contribute back to some sort of style repo where you can kind of, people could create themes and share them and build on it. The only thing is that what happens very quickly, okay, so it's kind of a nice system, but you still have all the problems of design systems, the complexity, naming things, sizing things, getting everything to align properly. To create kind of these versatile components that you can just slap them anywhere and it just looks right, it's really hard just fundamentally no matter what framework you're using. So I think the chances of people being able to just jump in and create awesome stuff right away, well, okay, if you select from a small handful of strong layouts that do just kind of work well anywhere, it's easier. But to create complex UI that only looks right at certain resolutions or whatever, a bit harder. So I don't know whether people would actually gain anything from my framework. Now, I mean, the example and the concept of it is pretty sweet. It's about the simplest thing you could get, and so in that regard, it's quite robust. I mean, the capturing part is maybe less robust. I've never had a problem with it though. And maybe once, there's something that was miscapturing, and I'm trying to remember what the problem was. I think it just had something to do with setting up the wrong captor at the wrong time, or the captor was set to the wrong element or something, and so something jumped to the wrong spot. But those things weren't, in my opinion, that hard to figure out. And all the source code's there, and so you can debug it and whatever. Another day gone. Another dollar short. I guess I'll just go play some chess or something until I fall asleep. Do it again tomorrow. It's a fucking stupid game, man. So fucking stupid. Just want to die. I wish I didn't have kids so I could just leave in peace, be done with it. Fuck this place.